a tribute, and we will throw that to you live, listeners, before puck drop. Also saw that Max Domi strolled in tonight to the game wearing the vintage blue Hockey Night in Canada blazer. I love it. I know that's a tribute, obviously, to Bob Cole and the history of Hockey Night in Canada, and he looks sharp. So that's a really nice thing, and I hope the Maple Leafs can perform as well as this stuff looks.
Yeah,
you know?
it looks like it's perfectly tailored. I'm not sure how he pulled that off, but it's definitely fitting Max well. And Max just gets it, right? Like, he understands this more than literally any other player who's probably played for this team over the last, well, since Ty Domi, I suppose. Like, he just knows and understands what a game and a night in an organization like this is striving for. Like, this is just right up Max Domi's alley, and yeah, pretty cool to see him walk in the baby blue.
Okay, so we got a couple things to go through over the next 30 minutes before we get you set for puck drop. I want to play the clip from Sheldon Keefe earlier today before we get confirmation if William Nylander is playing or not, because it seems like he might. But here was Keefe talking about some of the secrecy in the NHL versus the other professional leagues when it comes to injury reports and who's starting in goal, et cetera, et cetera. So here was Sheldon Keefe a little earlier today.
Probably a better question for the league, quite honestly. They set the governance and all the different rules that I think if there wasn't such governance in the other leagues, I don't think the coaches and players would give things out. So that's part of it. The other part of it is, like, because there's no such governance, then my end of it, and I think all coaches, you're protecting your players, you know, just so. Yeah, it's a very competitive and physical game, and you say guys don't target one another. Well, I got news for you, they do. So that's part of the game. So when you can protect the players and protect some information, why wouldn't you?
Okay, so governance. He said that by 10 times. Nonetheless, William Nylander, if he gets back in this lineup tonight, and as we said, they're going to skate out for warm-ups quite shortly, and we will let you know. How do you think the Boston Bruins are going to handle Mr. William Nylander?
I think Sheldon Keefe's right in a lot of ways, and I don't think this is overly barbaric to suggest that. Why would you not be testing the health of William Nylander? Why wouldn't you be physical with someone who may or may not be dealing with, an injury to his head or just general not sickness or illness, but just not feeling right. So if someone's not feeling right, you want to see how right he may be feeling in this moment. And I don't know why, if you're the Bruins, you wouldn't be physical on anyone, I guess, with the Maple Leafs tonight, but especially William Nylander. Like, you're coming back in this series, let's see if you're ready for it. I think that's a thing that William Nylander, or a test that William Nylander has to pass himself, because I'm sure the Bruins will make him prove it tonight.
From what we know, William Nylander was dealing with migraines and potentially they had to test for concussions. Nonetheless, they're about to skate on the ice, and we're going to let you know if we see William Nylander. But the Maple Leafs have a lot at stake tonight. It's a must-win. It's an opportunity to stop what is going to be a sad stat I'm about to read for you. They've lost 6 consecutive Game 4s to the Boston Bruins. And they haven't been great on home ice. And they're dealing with William Nylander jumping on a moving train and TJ Brodie jumping on a moving train. And Austin Matthews was potentially sick earlier this week. So a good chance to shut all those narratives up tonight.
Yeah, and if we're, beyond like testing William Nylander, this whole plan was devised with the idea of spreading talent across the roster. And in order for that to happen, in order for this to work the way Sheldon Keefe intended it to, well, you need a scorer on a third line, and William Nylander is that guy. For Austin Matthews to play on a top line with 2 physical, offensively focused players, he needs the ability to have impact elsewhere. That impact can come from Mitch Marner and John Tavares on the second line, you'd hope. And we're watching William Nylander emerge from the tunnel as we speak, and you need a little bit of offensive threat, at least on that third line, for this whole plan to work.
I haven't seen him yet, Justin.
I just saw him on the TV. He's coming out. He'll be out there in a second.
Well, wait till you hear the roar. There he is.
There he is.
Willie.
William Nylander on the
quite
ice
the roar for Willie, too. The fans are happy to have him back for sure. I mean, it's tough because he's got expectations. Like, they haven't been able to score much. And if Jeremy Swayman in net, we're going to find that out shortly too. Like, this isn't a game you're winning 5-1. This needs to be, these are tight games, 2-1, 3-1. It's like the Blue Jays that can't score more than 5 runs. The Leafs got to find a way to make it happen, whether that's more interference in front of the net, getting in front of Jeremy Swayman's eyes. You got to score on the power play. Like, that is just the bare minimum tonight. There's a lot of areas that they can clean up, and the thing is, the series is not out of reach. It's 2-1. For the way that they've had to deal with some adversity and the way that they haven't been having the best performances, this is a pretty good spot to be in. It's still 2-1. Austin Matthews should be healthy. Like, I think that they should be feeling optimistic.
William Nylander helps in every way that you just outlined, and they need it because, they've been exclusively relying on the top line to produce. The Matthews unit with Domi and Bertuzzi has 3 of the 5 even strength goals. The Leafs just have 6 goals in the entire series. The Matthews unit has twice as many scoring chances as any other line, and the Matthews unit has 4 times the amount of high danger looks compared to the John Tavares line. Right now, the Tavares-Marner combination is splitting. It's breaking even right now with the David Pastrnak unit. So if you can continue to do that, the Matthews line gives you an advantage. Where else are you going to find an advantage? Right now, the hope is through the third line with William Nylander basically driving the run of play by himself, and with Kalle Järnkrok and Pontus Holmberg on an all-Swedish line. They needed some impact elsewhere in the roster given how this series has gone so far, and really the only answer was to invite William Nylander back in the lineup in order to get it.
So we have Ilya Lyubushkin in the lineup tonight, and that's not surprising unless you heard that he had his third child was born in California, and the Maple Leafs lent the private jet to Lyubushkin to fly back during the off day. His wife had their third child. Then he flew back. Part of me is surprised that, not that she had the baby in California, that he wouldn't just be not in the lineup tonight. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of miles to travel, to go all the way across the world, the continent, and come back in the span of 48 hours. But go get him. He's going to have that dad strength tonight. Maybe have an Ilya Lyubushkin anytime goal.
We might have to look at it. It's been bad timing in a lot of ways for the Maple Leafs. Bobby McMann hurt late in the season. William Nylander never misses a game, suddenly misses 3. Austin Matthews, we believe, had food poisoning in Game 3 or fought through some food poisoning in Game 3. Mitch Marner, ankle injury, like bad timing. But one bit of good timing is that Ilya Lyubushkin invited his third kid into the world when there was 2 days off between
Smart
games.
Kids,
like, there was no chance he was playing, unless he was missing the birth of that child, if there was just a regular cadence of rest between Games 3 and 4. So a bit of fortuity there with the Maple Leafs and Lyubushkin. And let's be honest, not that you're like, wow, Lyubushkin's been a difference maker in this series, but right now, Lyubushkin has a lot of overlap with the most effective part of the Maple Leafs game right now. Like, they have really done a good job, and Sheldon Keefe has been adamant about this, basically pairing Riley and Lyubushkin with Matthews. Morgan Riley's basically been the fourth winger for Austin Matthews so far. 23 minutes of overlap, 30 minutes for Riley with Lyubushkin, his main defensive partner, and the Leafs have outscored the Bruins 3-0 in those minutes. So Lyubushkin's been a small part of a really good thing for the Leafs so far in this series, and I think that's, for good reason. He's back in the lineup tonight, and the Leafs were lucky that the kid came when the kid came.
Let's talk about the starting goaltender for the Boston Bruins, confirmed to be Jeremy Swayman. We're getting that confirmation from Elliot Friedman, who's not even here, but yet is still finding a way to let us know the confirmation. And so we have now broken the streak, I guess. The back and forth. The Boston Bruins are blessed. They have 2 great goaltenders, as we know, Ullmark and Swayman, and basically all season long they went one after another. It's a nice tandem. Game 1, Swayman got. Game 2, Ullmark got, which the Maple Leafs won. And Game 3, Swayman got, which the Bruins won. And so if you follow the trend, it was possibly Ullmark's net tonight. But it sounds like they'll be breaking the streak and playing Jeremy Swayman, who has been the boogeyman of the Maple Leafs. Like, he has had an incredible season versus the Maple Leafs. So that doesn't bring so much confidence, but all good things must come to an end, and so does the streak right now. Yeah,
I mean, Jeremy Swayman best represents the most significant divide between these two teams at this moment. The Bruins goaltenders, with Ullmark playing one of those games and losing, are counting a .940 save percentage at this time. The Maple Leafs and Samsonov, exclusively, have an .874. I mean, that is the difference in a series. .940 versus .874, basically impossible to overcome. And yeah, Jeremy Swayman has driven that .940. He's the reason it's .940. He's been exceptional in this series. He's been exceptional against the Maple Leafs. He's been mostly exceptional this entire season. The Maple Leafs have to make it more difficult on him tonight. They have a hired gun in William Nylander to assist in that. But yeah, if Jeremy Swayman is just unconscious, lights out, and far better than Ilya Samsonov like he's been to this point, it's a massive undertaking to overcome for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I saw somebody on Twitter tweeted out that Swayman was the pick after the Maple Leafs picked when he was drafted.
Yeah, Ian Scott one pick before
That one hurts.
Jeremy Swayman.
It's a tough one.
There's so many of those little
There's
nuggets
so many
to
of
uncover,
those nuggets, you know. I think JVR is out there for the Bruins as well, which, you know, he's a ghost of the past. It's a goodness. There's just so much history with these two teams. All right, let's talk a little bit about that fourth line. I know we mentioned it, but let's hear from Sheldon Keefe earlier today. If you missed it, we're going to give you the lines in a bit. They're just about to do line rushes, but we're expecting Robertson to be on the fourth line with Kampf and Reeves. Now, here's what Keefe had to say about keeping Robertson in while Dewar is out and keeping him with the fourth line.
You know, while I need Camper and Revo to keep doing what they've been doing and be themselves, I need Nick to be himself. There's a reason why he's remaining in. I think he can, you know, provide this offense. You know, offense is hard to come by, goals are hard to come by, and it's not just that, you know, he's proven that he can score over his hockey playing life and in the regular season here. He's done a good job in this series. He's found ways to create chances and get chances in low minutes, and, you know, we think he can make a difference that way. Not an easy decision whatsoever, because Dewar has done a tremendous job in his own place in what we've asked of him. So tough decision, but you know, we're preparing for Willie to play at this point, and with that being the case, you got to make a lineup change.
All right, so that fourth line would be Robertson, Kampf, and Reeves. Keeping Robertson in, I mean, we just talked about it. Leafs are struggling to score. Robertson still staying with the team, I guess, gives him the opportunity to put a couple in the net, which he seems to do whenever he gets a chance. But that's Sheldon Keefe's understanding of it, and I think it's the right call. We'll see, though, because special teams have been an issue, and Dewar's been great at that.
Yeah, I think that's slack you should be able to pick up, though, if you're the Toronto Maple Leafs. I mean, William Nylander can kill penalties, and may so tonight.
It feels like a lot to put him in game one. You're back in it. You're going to PP. You're going to PK.
Yeah, it might
you're going to
be
be on the third line.
It might be.
You're going to get hit in the head by everybody on the Bruins.
And yeah, I mean, I don't think that's like a one-to-one correlation. Oh, you just pick up Dewar's minutes. It's probably not going to work that way. But they have enough investment in defensive players, Calle Järnkrok, David Kampf, you know, long-term deals with this group that have to step up in these moments along with Mitch Marner. I mean, if it's not going to work at even strength and it's not going to work on the power play, the least Mitch Marner could do, I suppose, would just give some elite penalty killing to the Maple Leafs and Sheldon Keefe tonight. It's been an issue, clearly. There's been a massive difference between these two power plays so far. The Bruins have 4 goals in 3 games. The Maple Leafs have just 1. That, like the goaltending, is a major divide. And, yeah, ultimately you can't be like, we didn't have Connor Dewar tonight, and that's the reason they got a couple on the power play. Like, they need to be able to overcome that, and if they can't, they got bigger problems. Robertson's goal scoring, probably more valuable than the potential assistance on the penalty kill that Dewar can provide.
Okay, do you want to talk about the elephant in the room, or the lack of elephant in the room, the noise at Scotiabank Arena? Because this has been a hot topic. We weren't here on Wednesday on the Game 3, but I'm seeing a lot of fans, and I'm seeing a lot of excited folks. So, I don't know. Like, I wish we asked Jody about this. We didn't have enough time, but I've played hockey in front of empty barns. I played women's hockey. That's kind of the way it goes. But I definitely think there's something to be said about having a fan base cheering for you, but also giving them something to cheer for, right? Like, I think it's a give and take, and this has been a really heavy discussion in the market from Wednesday night all the way till tonight about how this fan base is going to show up. And I think the Saturday night fan base versus a Wednesday night fan base, I think there'll be something different. I think I looked at the tickets before tonight's game, and it was astronomical. So I know that anybody in this building has had to pay hundreds of dollars to get their foot in the door. So I think that, yeah, you want them to be loud, you want them to be crazy, you want them to be standing up, but you also want to give them something to do that about. You want to score first. You want to lay out a big hit. You want to punch someone when you need to. So I can't pin it on the fans. I can't pin it on them for not being loud enough. But I can say if you're making $11 million a year, you should be doing something to give them something to cheer about. How about that?
God, when I had 7 classmates show up for a high school game, I felt a difference.
You came to one of my games this year, and I felt the difference.
I know, you played really good.
I did.
Well,
see, that's what happened.
Here's the spin I'm going to put on it. Saturdays are different than Wednesdays.
Big time. We can already
It might
tell.
be a big business meeting to attend on a Thursday morning. Ain't nothing going on a Sunday morning. So I'm hoping
Someone's got to go to church.
that the Saturday factor plays a bit of a role tonight, and there's a little bit more enthusiasm. But I'm looking down, and I'm seeing people that aren't, in suits. I'm seeing a lot of fans down by the glass.
Lots of
I think it's going to be a different atmosphere. I hope it's a different atmosphere. Again, we weren't in the building on Wednesday. I don't know exactly how it was, but this is the reality of the market. It's just eventually the team also has to give you reason, and I hope both things are true tonight, where there is a organic buzz and one that's also created by those wearing blue shirts tonight.
Well, don't worry, because our boys Jim and Joe will make sure the fans they hear it. If you're in your car driving, you better be loud, folks. That's all we gotta say, because I think a lot of people will be listening. But I'm excited to see, because this is the first one that we've been to in terms of a playoff game in person this season. We've done a couple of them, but back at the studio, so this is going to be awesome. It's something special. It's hockey night in Canada, the 8 p.m. puck drop, all eyes on one game at a time, having the Bruins in town, Original Six, this rivalry that is just insane beyond belief in the history that they share. Everything at stake for the Maple Leafs tonight. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to give 100% effort tonight. You're also well rested. These games have been so spread out. They don't play again until, next Tuesday? There's lots of time. So, the opportunity for some people to change the narrative, and we'll go right to Mitch Marner, for example, is in the palm of your hands. You cannot be given a better opportunity. You have a rabid fan base that is pounding at the door to get in to cheer. You've got an opportunity to stop a narrative that you can't perform in the playoffs. So just go out there and do it.
Yeah, I'm with you. For whatever reason, though, it's easier said than done, maybe most specifically with Mitch Marner. Now, there's a huge debate raging when it comes to, I guess, the second line in general, because, they've been kind of a zero offensively. Marner, Tavares, and Nyes. Other than the pass that Marner put on the stick of Nyes in Game 3, there hasn't been much.
Unbelievable.
Just one goal, 9 shots at even strength. But what some people are countering with is, they're minimizing the damage in a really difficult matchup. Tavares has logged 19 minutes, 40 seconds against David Pastrnak, and they have given up nearly nothing to one of the best players in the NHL in David Pastrnak. So when you look at, the money made and the name on the back and everything that goes into the conversation surrounding the captain of the Maple Leafs and Mitch Marner, who is a local boy, who is front and center when this discussion happens at all times, you want a little more. Yeah, it has to be more than just shutting down the opposition, but if they can continue to do that, they can still win this series because you can have advantages elsewhere. I will say, though, Marner is fighting it. 2 shots in this series at even strength, 0.08 individual expected goals for.
Oh, my God. I didn't even know you could have that low.
His 2 shots at even strength tied for 20th in the entire series, meaning 19 others in this series have counted more shots on goal than Mitch Marner at even strength. That's not enough. Even if you're a pass-first guy, that is not enough. Hopefully Mitch Marner can do something for his narrative tonight, because while the Maple Leafs may or may not need it, but it would surely go a long way.
I think it's fair to say that a high ankle sprain and getting back in the playoffs, maybe he's slowed down a little bit. He's not able to have that explosive Mitch Marner speed or the niftiness that he has.
Yep.
Everyone's playing with something at this point, right? We're going to find out by the end of the NHL playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs, that someone's got something. So we'll see. There's an opportunity at hand. I'm excited to see how you elevate and you come to the table tonight with everything that's on the line. This is the biggest game of their season so far. If you don't want to go down to TD Garden down 3-1, there's no way to put it. That's gut-wrenching. That place already is a house of horrors. And to do it with the Bruins with a chance to win a series, I hate it. I hate it.
Do you feel like that goes into the Swayman decision?
Yeah.
They may have planned the Swayman, Ullmark, Swayman rotation. Maybe. I don't know. They promised, though, that they're sticking to the plan.
I think what goes into the Swayman thing is that the Leafs haven't beat him yet.
But,
he's amazing.
If there's hey, we can put the nail in the coffin, why wouldn't we go with our guy who is pretty fresh and has been absolutely dominant to this point? That feels like
It's a no-brainer.
part of the thinking here, and they can always hide behind the veil of, yeah, this was always the plan, even though you never put the plan on paper anywhere for anyone to corroborate it or fact check it. So I think for that reason, saying, hey, we're doing the plan, but we're doing whatever we want, is a pretty sound strategy for Jim Montgomery, and maybe better than anything we've seen, at least in terms of media attacks from Sheldon Keefe to this point.
Have we missed anything? We'll do lines when we come back at 8 o'clock. We'll talk about who's lining up where, because we got them throughout the warm-ups there. But if you're just joining us late, it will be William Nylander confirmed in the lineup tonight. It will also be Jeremy Swayman starting in net for the Boston Bruins. So the little switcheroo that they were doing has ended, and Swayman will get the start. You'll also have Brody back in the lineup. Special teams, a big important one for the Maple Leafs tonight. It has not been pretty. That's probably been, I mean, if you had to do a power ranking of reasons the Leafs are behind in the series, special teams is what, number one?
I would say goaltending 1, special teams 2.
1A, 1B.
And those things are definitely working in tandem in a lot of ways because, yeah, the goaltending's been better on the penalty kill for the Bruins up until this point. But, yeah, I mean, I think it's cherry picking a little bit to always bring up the Edmonton Oilers and what they do offensively, what they do with that power play. But the weapons are such with them where you kind of understand why they have so much success on the power play. Like, everyone can shoot the puck. Mm-hmm. Everyone can dish the puck. Everyone has their own way of assisting to it. And when you look at the stale nature in which the Leafs have conducted their power play of late, it's like, yeah, well, they've got one shooter and the other guy who should be on the other flank has been missing, and how are you going to make up for that? And what's happening when you're putting someone who doesn't have the same skill set in that spot? It was one note. It could be more than one note tonight with William Nylander back. Another scoring threat, another guy who can shoot the puck. That can change how this power play functions. So maybe that's the best way or most easiest path to William Nylander having a profound impact on this game, is just being that guy in the power play who can make it a little bit more threatening.
The officiating has been interesting, to say the least, throughout this season, but when you get 5 power plays in one game and you get the opportunity to stick a dagger in the Boston Bruins, you need to at least get momentum from those power plays. You need to be able to get enough shots that you're buzzing for the shift after and the shift after. But it's felt like for some of these special teams moments that the Leafs have actually taken a step backwards, that the Bruins have gotten the momentum, that the Bruins have gotten shorthanded opportunities, and that is the opposite. Just decline the power play at this point sometimes with the Maple Leafs. I wish you could just be like, oh, well, I'll take a penalty shot instead, because it hasn't been working. But sometimes it just takes one, right? You break the seal, you're ready to rumble, you're finding offense, and yeah, William Nylander, his finesse, his goal-scoring ability, playmaking ability, the way he can hold on to the puck and find seams, like, I'm really hoping that Willie power play tonight just sparks something in the Maple Leafs that they've been lacking.
I don't really know if this means much, but I did think it was interesting. Boston has 4 goals on the power play on 16 shots, so 25% going in, but only 27 attempts. 27 shot attempts, 4 goals. The Maple Leafs have 1 goal on 15 shots, so the same amount of shots, really, but 36 attempts. 1 goal on 36 attempts. So the only thing I can really deduce from that is that the Maple Leafs may be a little bit more wasteful. Maybe they're forcing it a little bit more, where Boston is holding on to it, making sure every look counts. And yeah, maybe that's too simplistic, where it's like, yeah, you should probably take good shots rather than a lot of shots, but maybe it's as simple as that, and that's what Boston's doing better, and maybe with William Nylander, the Maple Leafs can do that a little bit more effectively tonight.
All right, we're set for a huge night at Scotiabank Arena. It is Game 4, Leafs and Bruins. Bruins with a 2-1 series lead. We've got lots to go. On the other side of the break, we'll get you set for Puck Drop. We'll also send you to an in-house tribute for Bob Cole before Puck Drop. All of that to come tonight ahead of what's going to be an awesome night at Scotiabank Arena. We'll take a quick break. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck.
What's up, Insiders? TSI Mike. It's Game 4, Leafs, Bruins, in Toronto. Tonight's the night. Go Leafs, go! Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. Don't forget to hit that like button down below. Make sure you hit that like button so that more... All right, and if you're new here, hit that subscribe button. Now we got all that stuff out of the way. Let's have some fun. Our buds tonight, Game 4, do or die. This is it. You don't want to be going back to Boston down 3-1. With that being said, let's get after it, guys. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you guys in the chat. Hey, Insiders. All right, game's going. The chat is on fire, as always. Thank you all for being here. Now, I just wanted to give you guys a quick update on the Sick Kids donation. We are over $500 already through 3 games of Leafs hockey. Tonight's Game 4. Let's keep it going. All of the super chats, all of the memberships, all of the ad revenue, everything that you guys have brought, even just by watching this video tonight, clicking that like button, you're helping. Share the video out to your friends, to your enemies, whatever. Share them, and let's get more Leafs fans here in the chat. And go Leafs, go. Get after it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it tonight. Matthews, Willie's back, supposedly, maybe. We'll find out. Come on, boys. It's time to show up. Go Leafs, go.
Event.
Generations of rock superstars, pop icons, and decades of songs that shaped our lives all have one thing in common: Clive Davis. Hear the songs and stories direct from the legendary record executive himself.
It was never work. It became a love affair with music.
The Clive Davis Channel, now for a limited time on Channel 79 and the SiriusXM app.
Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. The doors on the regular season are shut. It's time for the playoffs to begin.
15 to go. Centering pass to Vanacek. Sagan, Duchesne, score! Game over!
The Stanley Cup playoffs. Every team, every game. Follow the action on the air.
At SiriusXM NHL on X.
Don't miss a moment.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91.
And the SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Toronto, they don't have a face card. Like, they don't have an ace. Morgan's a jack. They have so many non-face cards that these guys are going to have to bullpen by committee. Because the real truth is this: they got a good forward group. But if you don't defend against Boston and Florida, you're not seeing Boston or Florida in round 2. That's the exam, and the test will be on this defense.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the Sirius XM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the Sirius XM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Leafs.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it, there's a chance, rebound, Caulfield, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
This is Molson Leafs Hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on it.
Welcome to Most Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Alish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert. We're getting you set for Leafs Bruins Game 4. Bruins with a 2-1 series lead. A fantastic night ahead at Scotiabank Arena. It's hockey night in Canada. It's an important night. It's a special night. Max Domi walked in tonight wearing the vintage hockey night in Canada blazer. He gets it. He gets the moment. And tonight we'll have a few special moments to honor Bob Cole, who passed this week. And we thought we'd have a moment ourselves to say something here.
Yeah, to quote Bob Cole, I mean, tonight everything is happening. Everything's on the line for the Maple Leafs very, very quickly, like a sliding doors moment. Like, this is avoiding going down 3-1 to Boston seems of utmost importance. And if they fail to do that, we'll see about what happens with all these other conversations. But quickly on Cole, I mean, there's two things. There's one given and one that he studied. And the one given is the voice. No one had a better voice in this profession than Bob Cole. That gave him a leg up on the competition, and boy, did he take advantage of that leg up on the competition. But the other thing, and the most important thing, is that he just understood this environment more than anyone else. He used the crowd to his benefit, unlike anyone else. He studied what it was like in the arena, and he used it to enhance everything that he did. That is something that was not given and cannot be taught. That is just all Bob Cole.
Tonight, the Maple Leafs have an awesome opportunity at hand. This is a big one. It's a must-win, really, for the Maple Leafs. You don't want to head down to TD Garden down 3-1. So we'll get you set with what the Leafs are lining up for tonight. So if you missed it earlier, William Nylander is back in the lineup. He'll be on the third line. With Holmberg and Järnkrok, that top line will be Bertuzzi, Matthews, and Domi, Nyes, Tavares, and Marner on the second line. And the fourth line will be Robertson, Kampf, and Reeves. So Gregor out, Robertson shuffling down. And
Two were out.
Yeah, sorry. Robertson shuffling down, Kampf, and Reeves on that fourth line. Defense?
Yeah, Riley and Lyubushkin back after his wife gave birth to their third child in California during the 2 days off. So some serendipitous timing there. McCabe and Benoit will continue to hold down that shutdown role. And Edmondson tonight will play with TJ Brody, the returning TJ Brody on the final year of the 4-year contract. Woo. A big moment. He has been really, really poor on the right side this season, to say it's even kindly, honestly. But this is an opportunity for him to rewrite his entire season. This has not gone the way he expected. This is not the position he expected to be coming back into a series. But TJ Brody has a wealth of experience to draw on. Maybe Joel Edmondson is the perfect partner for him to settle him down. Maybe Brody can be better than Liljegren and be a part of the solution tonight for the Toronto Maple Leafs, who will start Elias Samsonov in net. So there's the lineup there for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah, and then most importantly in net for the Boston Bruins will be Jeremy Swayman. They've gone back and forth all season long, and all first round so far with Swayman and Ullmark. But breaking the trend by going back to Swayman, who has been the Leafs boogeyman with the 2-1 series lead. They haven't been able to beat Swayman all season long, and he's getting a start again tonight. We'll see what happens in Game 5, but you got to worry about Game 4, and finding a way to beat Jeremy Swayman will be the Leafs' MO tonight.
Yeah, it definitely will be. Quickly run down the Bruins lineup. DeBrusk, Zaka, Pasternak on the top line, drawing a pretty consistent matchup with Tavares and Marner. Marchand, Coyle, Geeky, JVR, Trent Frederick, Danton Heinen, Beecher, Boquist, Maroon on the fourth line, and on defense, Lohrei and McAvoy, the top pairing, Lindholm and Carlo, and Witherspoon and Kevin Shattenkirk will be the third pair. So not much changing for the Boston Bruins, who do go back, as you mentioned, to Jeremy Swayman, keeping things rather uniform.
Okay, so the biggest change for the Maple Leafs is the return of William Nylander, and I think that plays perfectly into our player to watch, presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly. Now, there'll be eyes on everybody, but nobody more than William Nylander in the media the last couple days. Are you playing? Are you not? Will you not? And Willie is playing tonight. We saw him skating around out there, whether he's been dealing with migraines or concussion or whatever it was, he is back in the lineup tonight. So let's see if he can get one in the net. To score plus 160, but you had a good one here, the power play point too.
Yeah, the power play point is plus 190, and I guess that is wishful thinking to a certain extent, but eventually things got to level out, right? Like, water's got to find its level with this power play. Only one power play goal for the Maple Leafs in this series. William Nylander playing on the power play. bolstering the power play, well, maybe that changes the entire dynamic of that special teams equation. So maybe you're playing everyone to score or get a power play point if it's plus 190, because one will, pay 3 guys paying close 2-1. That would be pretty beneficial, but again, that would require a power play goal, which has been hard to come by for the Maple Leafs. But Nylander's got to have an impact, right? And to score, to get a power play point, well, those are the 2 ways he can do it. William Nylander, all eyes are going to be on him, and he can really, really give the Maple Leafs the boost they've been lacking through the first 3 games of the series.
Okay, so we have 3 minutes here. What needs to happen for the Maple Leafs to win Game 4, head down to TD Garden with the series knotted up 2-2?
I think Ilya Samsonov has got to be at least in the ballpark of Jeremy Swayman tonight. I think it's pretty certain that Jeremy Swayman's going to play well. He's shown no signs of any poor play against this Leaf team, well, for as long as I can remember, since he's been a member of the Boston Bruins. So I think Ilya Samsonov has to level up. If Ilya Samsonov has the kind of game that Jeremy Swayman would call rather routine, well, the Leafs are in business tonight because they have been the better team from a 5-on-5 perspective. They have had more scoring chances, more shot attempts, more everything except more saves to this point. So Samsonov levels up, matches Swayman. Leafs are in a good spot, in my opinion.
My answer's cheesy, but it's what they're using in this arena right now. Bring the passion. It's on the rally towels. It's their playoff mentality, and we need to see the Maple Leafs with it, because tonight you're the better team on paper. We've talked about it. Yeah, maybe goaltending is one thing, but I think the Maple Leafs have everything to play for tonight. They have a Mitch Marner that really wants to change the narrative. They've got a Willie Nylander back in the lineup. They've got the best goal scorer in the NHL. They've got this crowd bringing the passion. They're showing it on the Jumbotron. The history of the Maple Leafs fans in the square. The history of this franchise. This is a must-win game. So if you just outplay the Boston Bruins, you can in the history of your playoffs. So tonight is just like playing hard, loving this crowd. Look at them with their rally towels. This is an incredible opportunity to bring some momentum on the road. So I think they're just going to play with passion. They're the better team, and they can do it. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they elevate to this moment, because often in the playoffs we see teams shrink. And I want to see the Maple Leafs bring that passion that this fan base certainly has, and they want to see their players who get paid a lot of money do the same thing. So for me, it's that simple. Hey, maybe score a power play goal too.
How about a bonus?
I don't want to get greedy.
That's one bonus. I'll give you another bonus. One moment does not make a series for Mitch Marner. There was a moment of Mitch brilliance in Game 3, setting up Matthew Knies for the goal, but one moment's not enough. We got to see a little bit more in that regard. Be it on the power play, be it 5-on-5, be it on specialty teams in the defensive category. Something has to change in terms of the narrative for Mitch Marner, and the only way to do that is to have constant positive impact on the game. If Mitch Marner can change his game a little bit, the Maple Leafs may all just follow in that direction.
Woo, I'm excited, Justin. This is awesome in here. This crowd is on their feet. They're waving the rally towels. They got their team skating out here. We can barely hear each other with our headphones in, so let's hope that energy stays as loud as it can be here at Scotiabank Arena. I think getting the first goal is really important as well. Maple Leafs have barely held the lead in this series, and when they do, they need to be able to do that early on in the first period. So I think getting on the scoreboard first, bare minimum for the Maple Leafs. Try to do it early. Get this crowd behind you. Get them something to get excited about, get up on their feet about. I think the Maple Leafs would fare well with that. So we're just a couple seconds away here. Tonight the Maple Leafs are going to honor the late Bob Cole with a tribute before puck drop. So we will send it to the in-house field when it starts. But about 20 seconds until then, the loud crowd cheering for Max Domi. I'm anticipating him having a big night tonight too.
Yeah, they listen to Bonesy. Everyone's on their feet. It looks like it's a better atmosphere. Again, we weren't here in Game 3 to know. But maybe there's a difference with Saturday night. It feels pretty good.
I got Bonesy over my shoulder. Yeah. He's giving a thumbs up. He likes the crowd. He says they're loud enough.
Better Bonesy. He confirms it is in fact better tonight. It's Saturday night. It should be good. It's the Maple Leafs in a near must-win game. This is as important as it gets. We will see if this team responds accordingly.
All right, so the late Bob Cole tribute will start in a moment here from the in-house feed. We'll send it to them, and then we'll get you set for Molson Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Legendary play-by-play broadcaster and Canadian icon Bob Cole passed away. Hailing from St. John's, Newfoundland, his voice was a gift, a special part of the soundtrack of every Canadian hockey fan's life. For 50 years, Bob's voice, spirited calls, moving storytelling, and love for the game. On behalf of the Boston Bruins, your Toronto Maple Leafs, and hockey fans everywhere, we extend our heartfelt thanks to the Cole family. Tonight, there will be no moment of silence, but rather a moment of reflection as we listen once again to the iconic voice of the man that captured our hearts, Bob Cole.
You had to go back 10 years to find the Leafs with as good a start as they have had this year in the North Division. Harry? Good evening, everybody. Well, this should be a dandy. There is a terrific buzz in this building tonight. On Hockey Night in Canada, you can't beat this. Out he comes. Nice play. Cavallini. Oh, what a miraculous save by Ken Raggett. And the crowd is roaring. The Leafs pouring on the pressure. Front of the goal. Back in front of Stevens. Oh, baby. It is Gilmore waiting. Waiting around the net. Waiting. He's open. Gilmore. Solo job. And he's won it. Mike punches a hole. Track is nailing it sorely. Another big save by Goalie. Can you believe this? Out front again, Rouse. Scores! Scores! The Leafs win it. This has been an unbelievable turn of events. The Leafs march on. Matt Sundin wins the game with 500 in this terrific career. Morgan Riley right in front. Score! Riley. What a night tonight for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Oh my goodness. Oh, baby.
Oh, baby, indeed. Game 4 is next on Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
An American tradition for 150 years.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
And you can hear the Run for the Roses live on Sirius XM.
And it is going to be Leach to win the Kentucky.
Hey, insiders! It's Joe Bowen, the voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs here. And holy Mackinac, another great night here on TSI. First and foremost, Mike wanted me to thank you all for being here and helping create this amazing community that we have here at Toronto Sports Insider. Just by listening to this message, you are a part of something very, very special. Mike has asked me to help in his goal of making a difference to Sick Kids Hospital with this great group of Toronto sports fans. Now, Sick Kids Hospital is very near and dear to my heart. My son Sean was diagnosed with leukemia when he was just a year old, and he's 30-some-odd years of age now and a big strapping lad because of their magic that they work at Sick Kids. Toronto Sports Insider is donating 100% of the channel's revenue through the Leafs 2024 Stanley Cup playoffs run. Now's the time for this community of Leaf fans to make a real-world difference together. Now, the best way for us to increase the amount of the donation is to please share the link to Toronto Sports Insider right here on YouTube to bring more Leaf fans into this amazing community. Changing the world, one insider at a time. We'll see you in the chat. And holy Mackinac, go Leafs, go.
What's up, insiders? TSI Mike. It's Game 4, Leafs, Bruins in Toronto. Tonight's the night. Go Leafs, go. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. Don't forget to hit that like button down below. Make sure you hit that like button so that more Leafs fans can join us here in the chat. And hit that share button as well. Alright? And if you're new here, hit that subscribe button. Now we got all that stuff out of the way. Let's have some fun. Our buds tonight, Game 4, do or die. This is it. You don't want to be going back to Boston down 3-1. With that being said, let's get after it, guys. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you guys in the chat.
Like, they don't have an ace. Morgan's a jack. They have so many non-face cards that these guys are going to have to bullpen by committee, because the real truth is this: they got a good forward group. But if you don't defend against Boston and Florida, you're not seeing Boston or Florida in round 2. That's the exam, and the test will be on this defense.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The doors on the regular season are shut. It's time for the playoffs to begin.
15 to go. Centering pass to Vanacek. Sagan, Duchesne, score! Game over!
The Stanley Cup playoffs. Every team, every game. Follow the action on the air.
At Sirius XM NHL on X.
Don't miss a moment.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91.
And the Sirius XM app.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Leafs Radio Network.
It's as close as damn is to swearing, but this is a must-win game for the Toronto Maple Leafs as they face the Boston Bruins in Game 4, trying to even this series and make it a best of 3. Joe Bowen along with Jim Ralph, and we're glad you're with us. Couple of lineup changes. TJ Brody is into the mix in place of Liljegren, Timothy Liljegren, and Willie Stiles is back in the lineup for the Maple Leafs. William Nylander. We're set at center ice. And the puck is dropped, and we're underway, and glad you're with us. Shot by Riley down into the Boston zone. It'll go back for Lindholm. He'll play it out and down the ice, rolling on edge. This will not go for icing. Swept around the boards by the Leaf, but cut off there by Coyle. Coyle getting it down into the corner. And they're in good voice thus far here at Scotiabank Arena. Shot from the point, whistles wide of the Leaf goal. Down the boards, it's Lindholm keeping it in. Back of the net for Coyle. Coyle has his stick lifted by Matthews. Matthews freeing it up for Riley, who's swinging around to Domi on the far wing. Domi returns the favor, and a pass up on the wing goes to Bertuzzi. He'll send it in wide of the goal. Swayman, who is in goal for Boston, loses it. Here's a chance in front of the net for the Leafs, but they can't get a shot away. Comes to the blue line, kept in by Benoit. Marner has it knocked off his stick. It comes to center. Nyes trying to slip it back in, but it goes over the boards and out of play into the Boston bench.
Well, the Leafs needed the first goal in Game 3 and got it. And I would say, Joe, through the first 35 minutes of Game 3 might be as solid as the Leafs have played all round. As far as they were physical, they were patient. They got the first goal, but when Boston tied it 4 minutes later, that seemed to be the turning point where the Bruins gained a little more life than the Leafs did.
Marner taking the face off. Draw one by the Bruins. They skate it to the line. Stolen back by Toronto. Off a stick, and it's grabbed off by Nyes. Skating to open ice and one-handing it down into the Boston zone. Nyes in against the far board. Centers now for a pass, and Tavares couldn't get a shot away. It's centered in front of the net, and Marner couldn't come up with it on the near side. Down the wall, Edmondson trying to keep it in. Bruins have launched it high to the center ice area. Tavares knocks this man down, and the Leafs have it again with Nyes. Nyes to center. He'll chip it into the left wing side, and coming over the boards now the Maple Leafs with the fourth line as it comes out into the center ice area. Launched high to the blue line and in. Pontus Holmberg, and there's Willie Nylander on the ice to an ovation. This is the Trey Kroner line of Swedes as it's played back along the boards in the Toronto end. Yarncrook swinging it around the boards to center. Nylander got it out into neutral ice, and it's back into the Boston zone with Shattenkirk. Willie! In over the line for Frederick. Long shot goes wide of the net. Van Riemsdyk gets it back to the point. Shattenkirk closing in with a shot, and off a stick it went wide. Shattenkirk with a centering effort didn't have it go in front. Leafs get it out at center ice, and Nylander starts away. He'll curl back into his own zone, though. Now swings it around with a pass into the neutral zone. That was rather emphatic, and it almost worked. He almost did a cartwheel. Now on the left wing side, Robertson sends it in with Camp and with
Reeves on the fourth line. Bruins get it up on the right wing side. John Beecher getting it ahead. In over the line on the wing, it comes for Maroon, and he had it stripped away. Puck on the left wing boards at Camp. Skates it out into neutral ice. He's with Robertson. Shot in wide of the goal. It'll come to the side of the net. Swayman left it there. Robertson gets a hit in, but the Bruins are able to get it out onto the left wing side. Maroon sending it down into the zone. Brody in on his first shift gets a hit in there on Maroon. Puck goes free to Matthews. Matthews starting out with Toronto at center ice. Flips it into the far corner. He'll stride in there after it. Third leading man with hits in the series has it go into the corner after he got a hit in. Brody punching it around back of the net. Matthews in with another hit. And the puck comes free, and Brandon Carlo will skate it out at center, only to have it go off a skate and come to the far wing. Too many men on the ice? Yes, there's at least 6.
6 on the ice. 19,000 officials called it. They've been flirting with this all series, haven't they? I know last game the Leafs were calling for too many men on the ice penalty and didn't get it. This time the whistle didn't go until after the roar. And we talk about specialty teams being a big part of the equation for a win. They've got to start it here now early.
Face off in the Boston zone to the right. Swayman with a .955 save percentage. The Leafs have got to whittle that down a little bit here tonight. He's won both games for Boston. First time that they have had a goaltender play back-to-back in some time. They alternate with Linus Ullmark. Draw to the right. Tavares scrums the draw, and the Bruins are going to be able to get it free. Marchand skates to center. Marchand works down to the wing and into the slot with a shot. Blockered away there by the Leaf goaltender, and then knocked down on the play was Marchand. It goes wide of the Toronto goal. Into the corner now Tavares, and Nylander has it knocked off his stick, but it's cleared out at center ice, and the Bruins are after it again. McAvoy stretching it out, sends a long shoot in down into the Toronto zone. Samsonov will leave it back of the net. Leafs try to organize in their own zone with Riley. Carrying it out at center and dropping it back for Matthews now and onto the wing. It comes back to Matthews, left wing side, Tavares. Tavares down the boards, freed it up, but the Bruins have intercepted, and it is shot down the ice. Leafs' first unit is staying on, except for Tavares, who goes to the bench. Drop pass for Marner. Marner coming to center with Matthews. Fakes the pass, gives it to him, and on the left wing for Bertuzzi. Back to the blue line to the right wing side for Nylander. Near side, Marner centers in front. Oh, and Matthews just failed to, or Bertuzzi just failed to get to that. Marner on the near boards, trying to play it back along the wall. Knocked back on the side. Nylander can't keep it in, and it'll sail down on goaltender Samsonov, who quickly plays ahead. Bertuzzi waiting for teammates to change. Half minute to go in the power play, and the Leafs have not had a shot at the net. Robertson to center. Dropping there for Domi, but he lost it, and it's cleared out, and it's a good thing McCabe was there because Marchand was in behind him. Leafs get it down into the zone. A shot by Robertson is stopped. Swayman handling it for the first time on the power play. Domi in the corner with a shot, and that deflected wide, and it's going to carry him all the way to center as the door opens to have the Boston player escape.
Just one shot on goal in the power play. That was kind of a desperation shot from top of the left wing circle.
Down into the Boston zone it goes. Far side, Witherspoon had it blocked. The Bruins getting to center. Flipped in by Pasternak into the left wing corner. Knocked back up on the Leafs. Break it out with Robertson skating away at center. He'll get to the line and backhand it in before heading to the bench. Camp in pursuit. Can't catch up to his man. Pasternak to a long left wing feed. Trent Frederick shoots it in. Knocked down back of the net there by Samsonov, and the Leafs Edmondson will relay it to the line, but it's blocked. Edmondson and now Brody trying to punch it back out, and Edmondson will get it free, but it's intercepted by Van Riemsdyk. He couldn't get a shot at the net. Back of the net it goes for Boquist. Boquist works back to the point for the Bruins. Long shot in traffic, blocked. Quick shot by Van Riemsdyk went wide. Right wing side for Shattenkirk. Rounds back of the net. Maroon gets it freed up. blocked from going in front of the net by Camp. It goes on the wing for Brody. Brody playing it around into the corner. Hustling after it now is Nyes. He backhands it and will get it out and down into Boston territory to get a change of players going. Marchand working back to the line with a long shoot in that went wide of the Leaf goal. Benoit starts up ice for the Leafs. Tried to flip it ahead for Yarncrook that didn't connect. Bruins send it back into the Leaf zone. McCabe will regroup the puck. Quickly played ahead, but it doesn't reach Yarncrook. Brought in on the left wing side. Shot by Marchand, went wide and up into the screen. Marchand taken down on a hit from Benoit, and a stoppage of play with a face-off coming in the Toronto zone when we return. Great start. No score. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hear every game of the NBA playoffs on Sirius XM as Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets try to fend off challengers to their crown.
Back over to Jokic in a deep three. Yes!
Don't miss a second of the action all the way through the NBA Finals.
Lead for Tatum, flies in for the two-hand slam.
Listen to home and away broadcasts of every game on the all-new Sirius XM app. And throughout the playoffs, get closer to the storylines that matter on NBA Radio, Channel 86.
The playoffs are here.
Go, Leafs, go! Go, Leafs, go! Go, Leafs, go! Come on, guys. I can't hear it, but I can see it in the chat. Spam that chat with Go, Leafs, go. GLG. Hit those emojis if you got them as a member. 99 cents a month. Come on, it's nothing. Cheaper than a cup of coffee. Less than a loony. Go, Leafs, go! Let's fire up that chat. See you guys in a minute.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91. Network.
Injury report brought to you by Desjardins Insurance, helping Canadians through it all. Desjardins Insurance, insurance with a big heart, so big it shows. Visit Desjardins.com/heart today.
Unfortunately, that list keeps getting smaller. Just Bobby McMahon is on the injured list for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Of course, they get Willie Nylander back. Now Yarncroc back to start the postseason as well, so that's good news. Only got to make sure you get everybody back for a long run.
Draw one by the Leafs, who get it out into the center ice area as Nyes was able to muscle it out. He broke his stick doing it, gets a new twig. Bruins with it in their own zone. Pass partially blocked by Nyes, then iced by Boston. And a face-off coming back in the Bruins zone to the, well, we'll wait and see who's coming out here to take the face-off and where they want it. Looks like it's going to be in the circle to the right of Jeremy Swayman.
We should mention, though, Joey, that we lost a good friend, Bob Cole. I know very well done, the video tribute to Foley on the scoreboard here, but at a time of year when the Leafs could use some old babies.
Yep. Absolutely.
We're paying tribute to the great.
And the Leafs are going to get a penalty here, as upended was Charlie McAvoy.
And is that
Marner going to the box? So this is an area that the Leafs have to improve.
Now, you can't be minus specialty teams on a nightly basis. And this is one Marner doesn't like it, but the evidence is rather damning.
7:48, the time of the penalty. The draw in the Toronto zone to the left of Ilya Samsonov. Bruins are 5 of 10 on the power play as the Leafs ice the puck off a face-off win from David Camp. McAvoy back in his own zone. Drops the puck back for Coyle. Coyle to center with DeBrusque, who takes the pass on the left wing and got it in over the line. Got it away there from Brody. It goes around back of the net. A pass into the slot. Onto the right wing side. Back to McAvoy, and a shot deflects wide of the Leaf goal. Rebound to the near wing, centering pass. Coyle let it go, and it went wide. It's sliding to the line and out into the center ice area. Leafs get one player exchanged on the penalty kill. Geekie down the right wing boards. Edmondson took him down. Centering pass broken up, and Kemp backhands it out and down the ice. Bruins go back into their own zone. Minute 10 to go in the power play. No score, first period. Drop pass brought on by Pasternak. Hits the line in on the right side. Centering feed just out of the reach there of Zacha, who was driving the net. It comes back to McAvoy to the near side. Heinen with a pass back to McAvoy. McAvoy holds and gets it off on the right wing side for Pasternak. He returns the favor. Near side again for Heinen. Down low, unable to set it in front of the net as Pasternak was there. The puck comes back to the blue line. Heinen off into the slot area, gets it returned. Heinen into the slot once more to eyes. He intercepts and sends it down the ice. 28 seconds left in the power play.
I think for a split second he was thinking if he got it to Holmberg they might get an odd man rush, but I think now it's just the right play to get rid of it.
Bruins hit the Leaf blue line and get it into the zone. Drop pass for Shattenkirk and a shot. That was knocked down. Puck is in behind the net. Leafs trying to get it free there, but Brody, a centering pass. Knocked away at Camp. Skates it to safety and then backhands down the ice.
The power play the Leafs had kind of took the air out of the building, but the penalty kill just put it right back in.
Half the period to come, and it's a 0-0 tie. Launched back into the Toronto zone. Back of the net, Lyubushkin, but it's an icing call here. And the face-off coming into the Boston zone.
Come down with a huge penalty kill for the Leafs. Don't give up a whole lot. Most dangerous chance was a point shot that was redirected by Pavel Zacha right in front of Ilya Samsonov.
Draw to the right of Swayman. Matthews to take the draw. Domi and Bertuzzi flanking. And the Bruins control the faceoff. Played around the boards by Carlo. Chopped at but cleared out at center. Bruins try to get a couple of players exchanged. Set in on goal. It'll be covered up by Swayman, and we'll do it all over in the circle to his right. Bit of shoving in behind the net with the Leafs in there. And a face-off coming out into the center, into the circle to the right as Matthews getting a little shot in at the back of the net.
Shots on goal now even at 4-4, but I don't think you could say the Leafs have had anything that you would consider to be difficult on Jeremy Swayman yet.
And really similar at the other end of the ring.
Yep, that's what he was saying. Just the redirection from Zach on the power play was probably the most dangerous chance.
Long pass went astray, but it is off a stick, so there's no icing. And Riley has to go back into his own zone. Into the corner for Lyubushkin. Another Lyubushkin in the mix. Son born in California, and Ilya made it there to say hello as a shot from the point whistled high over top of the goal. Riley pinched but couldn't keep it in, and then it's knocked out of the air on a good play there by Bertuzzi as the Leafs will get it freed up now in the Toronto zone. Cleared out and shot back in by Boston, and that sails into the crowd, missing the net and the boards, and a fan makes a pretty good catch down there, and no one injured, so that's good. A break here with the Leafs nothing and the Bruins nothing. First period, it's game 4. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-minute truck, 2-minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that.
Hey Insiders. All right, game's going. The chat is on fire as always. Thank you all for being here. Now, I just wanted to give you guys a quick update on the sick kids donation. We are over $500 already through 3 games of Leafs hockey. Tonight's Game 4. Let's keep it going. All of the super chats, all of the memberships, all of the ad revenue, everything that you guys have brought, even just by watching this video tonight. Clicking that like button, you're helping. Share the video out to your friends, to your enemies, whatever. Share them, and let's get more Leafs fans here in the chat. And go Leafs, go. Get after it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it tonight. Matthews, Willie's back, supposedly, maybe. We'll find out. Come on, boys. It's time to show up. Go Leafs, go.
Harold, are you in the drive-thru right now?
Jim, no one listens to this. Oh, thank you. Yep, great.
Weather reports don't matter when you drive a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Face-off will come in the center ice area. 9:04 to play in a scoreless first period. Both teams have had a power play. Shots favor Boston 4-3, but really no good scoring chance for either team.
When you look at the 3 goals the Leafs have been able to get past Jeremy Swayman in this series, all 3 have been within a foot of the crease.
Trey Kroner line out for Toronto. Nylander wins the face-off. Edmondson stretching things out with a pass ahead, but Yarncrook couldn't get the puck in deep. Shattenkirk sends it back out. Edmondson blocked that, and the puck comes back in the Toronto zone. Edmondson getting mauled over there by Maroon. Penalties coming here.
Now they're going to call them both. They're pointing at Edmondson. The arm was not in the air until Edmondson went down. And I think they're going to throw them both off to save face on this. So it's Patrick Maroon and Edmondson are both going to go. And like I said, I did not see an arm go up until Edmondson went down. And Boquist might have had the first dive. I don't know if Edmondson then tried to match the dive by Boquist, but Boquist trying to draw the penalty first. Maroon comes into his aid, and probably the right call just to get them both off.
So, a little more ice out there.
And Matthews and Marner back together 4-on-4.
Draw one by Toronto. Marner dropping the puck back for Riley. Riley starts back. Both Marner is very deep in his own zone and brings it out. He'll work to the right wing side. Weaves around Pasternak. Left wing feed to get it over the line to Riley. Now to Matthews. Matthews with a pass in front. Oh, and a big save made on Marner with the right pad by Swayman. First real good scoring chance. Here's McAvoy coming the other way to Pasternak. Pasternak works it back towards the blue line. Pasternak still with it. Matthews chasing him. Flipped in front of the net. A pass back in front. Knocked away by the Leafs and set off the boards to the line and out. Leafs are trying to get a change going. McAvoy brings it right back in again. Right wing side into the corner. Played it back of the net. Knocked away by Toronto, and Brody flying it back now, and the Leafs have it in their own zone with the lead pass. Brody working in on the wing, tried to work in, and he's drawn a penalty. Brody trying to work it into the corner. Leafs now with an extra man. Nylander circles, top of the circle, a shot went off a leg wide, comes to the side of the goal. Wow, that was a generous whistle.
But maybe good for the Leafs, because now you get the 4-on-3 opportunity. A little longer, 53 seconds of 4-on-3 for the Leafs, but TJ Brody kind of catches the Bruins asleep. They go for the line change. Brody's the far boards, the left wing side away from the benches. Took the pass and then took off in a lane towards the Boston goal, but Charlie McAvoy caught him, hacked him, and will take the penalty.
12-19, and the best defenseman for the Bruins is in the penalty box.
Remember in game 1 at the end of the first period, the Leafs started with a 4-on-3, weren't able to get it to go, and it was an opportunity to tie the game at that point.
Tavares, Matthews, Marner, Nylander. The big boys are on the ice. Face off to the right. Tavares lost the draw, and it's quickly shot down the ice. Played ahead for Marner. Marner sidesteps one, works through center to the line, then drops for Matthews. To the line and in, and he drops to Nylander. Nylander works to the left wing side. Nylander holds. Back it goes to Marner. Right wing side for Matthews. Back to Marner in front of the net. Nylander, a shot that was blocked. Nylander recovers the puck. Nylander into the slot with a shot. And it's off a stick and up into the screen, out of play. 22 seconds left in the coincident minor penalties. 1:29 to go in the McAvoy penalty. And the Leafs are just 1 for 12 on the power play.
And when you consider how tight it is in the postseason, even Game 3, which turned out to be an empty net goal, was a 2-goal difference, but it really was special teams.
Draw, knocked back to center ice. Bruins trying to work in over the line with Coyle. Coyle tries to work in, knocked away there by Matthews. Nylander had lost his stick, but the Bruins get the puck out at center ice. Tavares chases after it as it's shot into the Toronto zone. Nylander and Matthews back for it. Now here's Marner working to the line and in. Marner slides it off to Tavares on the left wing. Down along the boards, that's drawing a crowd. Puck comes back on the boards for Matthews. Still with it along the wall, but it is shot down the ice by Boston. The Bruins have been excellent in the penalty kill. One of the things, too, is that they have spread their forwards out when the Leafs do set up, taking away that seam. Now Nylander works to the line, then fanned on it, had to go back for it. Nylander working back in his own zone, drops it back for Morgan Riley. 33 seconds left in the power play. Right wing side. Yarncrook shooting it in, and it's going to go around the boards to the near side. Cut off there by Witherspoon. Back of the net, stolen by Bertuzzi. Centering pass, Yarncrook couldn't get a shot. Knocked down by Bertuzzi. Into the corner for Domi. Domi in front for Yarncrook, a shot. Pad save made by Swayman. Back to the point. Kept in by Toronto. At the blue line, a shot is going to be blocked and shot out and down the ice. 3 seconds left.
One shot on the last power play, so 2 power play shots, and neither of them really dangerous.
Now Reeves shooting it down into the Boston zone. A shot from the blue line came in a deflection in front of the net off the stick of McCabe, but the Bruins get it out at center and down into the Leaf end. Benoit to McCabe. McCabe cross ice for Benoit. Benoit with a pass up on the wing, and it is chipped in by Reeves. Camp goes into the forecheck, trying to get a hit in on Shattenkirk. Reeves one-hands his man and knocks him down, but the puck comes out into the slot area, and the Bruins are breaking it out at center. Flipped in by Coyle and down into the left wing corner. It'll go. Heinen getting there, but as it comes around on the wing, it's Reeves. He couldn't get it out. A pass in front of the net, and Reeves scores! Ryan Reeves coughs the puck up on the right wing boards, and the former Leaf Van Riemsdyk taps it home, and the Bruins own a 1-0 lead.
Right as Reeves tried to play it up the boards, a Bruin got there to redirect it back, and Van Riemsdyk in alone, and Samsonov just kind of does a head fake. Samsonov bites, and Van Riemsdyk just slides it between his legs into the net. And for the 3rd time in 4 games, the Bruins have opened the scoring. But going back to the power play, Joe, I know what you were saying with how the Bruins are playing the Leafs. The 4-on-3 should have solved that.
Yes.
And they got nothing. No zone time, no opportunities.
So, the Bruins open the scoring. And the puck down in the Toronto end. Chipped around the boards to the near wing. Boston onto it quickly now. Here is Boquist sending it down into the corner. Riley ties his man up. A centering pass doesn't reach. Now a shot is in on goal. Stopped by Samsonov. And he's covered that up. And there's some shoving going on in front of the net. Boquist takes a pretty good right-handed shot at Joel Edmondson. Face-off coming in the circle to the left in the Toronto zone. It is 1-0 Boston. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell joined us at the NFL Draft.
They have a lot to be proud of here. Great football fans really thought this draft would be so helpful in putting Detroit on the stage that they deserve. And I think a lot of fans tune in because they like to get to know the players that are coming up. What do they go through? What are the challenges? What is the adversity? That's the great thing about tonight. This is where everyone starts getting their hopes up for the season.
Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The playoffs are here.
Centering pass, score! Oh, what a sparkling save. And now McDavid has it again at center ice. Left circle shot. Score!
16 teams made the cut.
And only one can bring home the prize.
Misfits to champions. The Vegas Golden Knights win the Stanley Cup.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Don't miss a moment. Sirius XM 91.
And the Sirius XM app.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on Sirius XM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory. Jude Bellingham's driving, scores! And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Radio Network.
1-0 Boston on a goal by James Van Riemsdyk. And Lori is going to get the assist on the goal. On a turnover in the Toronto zone, and Van Riemsdyk was in behind everybody. I'll tell you one thing, getting the C on Brad Marchand has been a wonderkind for him. He spent the entire time working the official here during the timeout.
Well, I'm not so sure that's changed anything else in his career.
I thought it was comical. Everywhere the official went, there was Marchand right behind him. Draw to the left in the Toronto zone. Won by Boston. Back to the point, Carlo. Cross-ice pass. Defenseman keeps it in to the side of the net. Benoit back of the goal. Ran into traffic. It comes to the side of the goal, and now here's Tavares getting it out at center. Got it ahead for Nice, who failed to control the puck initially. Then gets it to Tavares. In with a shot, and that's off a stick of Lindholm and up into the screen, out of play. Face-off coming in the circle to the right.
I think this is where you start to get concerned. Shots on goal are only 5 apiece with 4:09 to go. And we're not talking about they're getting their chances, they're just not finishing them. And it's going to come. I mean, I think that's the concern for the Boston Bruins. Have just come in and said, look, we're going to shut down the middle of the ice, challenge you to get through it. And right now, the Bruins again are winning that battle.
Leafs win the draw. Shot by Marner, trickled into the goal crease. But unable to get a stick on it was Bertuzzi. So Marner up on the right side with Matthews and Bertuzzi here. As Sheldon Keefe has done a little juggling from line to line almost. Matthews to take the draw again against Coyle. And the draw controlled by the Leafs. Along the boards, Marner couldn't make a play. Coyle gets it around back of the net, and Carlo will get it off on the wing, and it's banked out at center ice, but stolen right back by Toronto. In across the line, into the corner for Marner, and he had to go off his stick. Bounces to the line. Matthews is able to keep it in. Matthews with a backhand that didn't reach the front of the goal, and the Bruins are skating it out at center ice, clearing it down into Toronto territory. Riley turns with the puck in his own zone. 3:34 to go first period. Up on the left wing it comes. Backhanded to the line and in. Leafs unable to come up with it. And a whistle on an offside coming at the blue line.
Well, you surprised it took till late in the first period of Game 4 to see Matthews and Marner back together 5-on-5?
No, not really. No. Draw outside the Boston blue line. Holmgren wins the draw. Nylander works to the right wing side and in traffic gets it to the right wing boards. Chopped in over the line then by Yarncrook. In goes Pontus Holmberg to knock his man down and comes away with the puck to Nylander, a backhand. And that was stopped by Swayman, who kind of looked behind him. He wasn't overly sure he had it, but he did long enough to bring a face-off in the Boston zone.
Good work by Holmberg and Yarncroc to win the battle on the boards to the right of Jeremy Swayman. And we have seen Nylander use that backhand to elevate it. Jeremy Swayman was able to seal it off. I mean, this is below the face-off dot, and Nylander probably got a little too close to that big B on Swayman's jersey that he would have liked.
Same unit remains on the ice for Toronto. Holmberg won the draw cleanly. Edmondson at the point. A shot deflected off his stick and went wide. Leafs are unable to keep it in. The Bruins are able to punch it out at center. Back checking diligently there was Pontus Holmberg, and it's down into the corner now and in and around back of the net for Trent Frederick. Frederick is double teamed in there. Puck comes to Brody. He can't find an outlet. Holmberg after it as well. Back towards the blue line, kept alive by Tanton Heinen. Now to Trent Frederick. Frederick backhands into the corner. Leaves Brody in there after it and comes away with the loose puck. Got it ahead for Edmondson. He skates in front of his own goal and then launches a high pass. Nowhere near anyone, but it's down to Boston's blue line. Frederick to the Leaf blue line, sends it into the zone, and Domi hustles back after the loose puck. Domi stopping up and getting it off to Morgan Rielly on the left wing. Rielly ahead off the stick of Bertuzzi. Matthews goes into the corner. Domi out on the line now. Here's a chance for a shot taken. And a whistle here.
He's saying glove pass. Inside the Boston zone, so his face-off is going to come outside. Yeah, now we got Domi back out with Austin Matthews and Tyler Bertuzzi. And you really feel every night's the night that they're going to have some sort of offensive breakthrough, don't you? But just 6 shots on goal here in the first. They've only given up 5. But the Bruins on really the only clear-cut scoring chance.
And the most flagrant turnover, right? Reeves coughing the puck up. Domi gets it on the right wing side. Tried to make a backhand pass that was intercepted. Grabbed now and brought in by Morgan Geekie. He plays it back to his defense. And a pass then was blocked. And a long shoot-in is stopped by Samsonov. Morgan Rielly back in his own zone. Tavares over the boards. Comes to center with a pass. Tavares couldn't get it in over the line. Then Rielly is trapped. Here's Geekie in over the line with a man going hard to the net and a shot. Whistled just wide and it caroms all the way to center ice. Bruins with it with McAvoy. In on the right side. Given a hit by Labushkin. The puck into the corner on the near side. Minute 28 to go in the period. Bruins dig it out and get it back to the point. McAvoy's wrist shot is gloved by Samsonov. And he'll hold for a face-off coming in the Toronto end. Minute 22 to go first period. A goal by James Van Riemsdyk on the board for the Beantowners.
I think what we've seen from Boston, especially after the Trent Frederick goal last game that tied things up in the second period, they're not afraid to shoot from tough angles. Looking for maybe another crack to open things up.
Pasternak facing off was waved out. Zaka now facing off with Tavares. Marner has got some kind of an equipment issue and has gone to the bench to throw it into the bench, so it must be maybe one of the guards or something off his skates. At any rate, face off in the Toronto zone. And Tavares won the face off. Cleared off the glass, high to center ice. Brought in now by Nyes, but it's offside. It bounced high in the air. Tavares was in across the line when Nyes was able to knock it down and carry it back in.
Did you watch many of the games last night? The Edmonton Oilers, guys that were rolling in the regular season, are rolling in the playoffs, including Zach Hyman.
5 goals already. Don't you love the salary cap? Wouldn't it be nice if Zach was still here? Draw scrummed. Leafs get it and rifle it down into Boston territory. Far side, Mason Lohrei plays it around back of the net to the near wing. Trying to keep it in. It comes to the line, but out at center ice as Pontus Holmberg was unable to trap it. And now with less than a minute to go in the period, it is McCabe getting it up on the wing for Nylander. Nylander circles back in his own zone. Here comes Willie Stiles to center. Nylander to the line and on the right wing side worked it in, but ran into a traffic jam there. Couldn't get it in deep. Bruins have launched it high and have set it into the Boston bench. I think the Boston player over there Marchand was leaning over the boards hoping they wouldn't notice that it went into the bench when he kind of was trying to deflect it up on him. I mean, there's somebody thinking all the time, right?
Yeah, he's the guy that would figure out how to pickpocket you at church.
He hasn't already. Draw to the right in the Boston zone as a result. Matthews scrum the draw. It comes back to the point. Edmondson into the slot. And the shot taken by Brody deflected off a leg and went wide. Bertuzzi trying to get to the loose puck. Brought back in front for Matthews. A shot. Good pad save by Swayman. At the point again to the right wing side. Brody with another shot. That time it went wide. Edmondson trying to keep it in and has. But it's gloved by the Bruins and played out into the center ice area for Marchand. Marchand into the right wing side. Just flips it around back of the net. Brody got there first for the Maple Leafs. One hands it ahead for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi at center, in over the line. Bertuzzi was knocked down there by Marchand. That has been an ongoing little episode. And Bertuzzi skates by and does a bit of a fake with the stick towards Marchand.
I think Bertuzzi has got to stay away from this. It's one thing to be the aggressor if it's along the boards and to finish your checks, but the stuff after the play, and you'll remember what happened in Game 3 where it seemed to be a distraction and Fred Frederick ends up scoring on the left wing side. So for Bertuzzi, I know he was teammates with Brad Marchand for a short period last year near the end of the regular season and the postseason. But you got to stay away with that because you're going to end up taking a stupid penalty that could cost you.
So it is a 1-0 Boston lead after 20 minutes of play here at Scotiabank Arena. We'll step aside. Ailish Forfar along with Justin Cuthbert coming your way. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the...
What's up, insiders? All right. First period, not good, not bad, fairly even is what I'll say. But again, not what we're looking for. Leafs, come on, guys, let's get it going. Let's get that lead. We need this lead. Jamie Boyd, big shout out. Jamie has been here since the beginning, since I was sitting here doing play-by-play during the Leafs game. 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Jamie, thank you. This is huge. We're going to do big things together. This community is amazing. Like I said, down on the scroll, you see it. My dreams have come true, guys, to be able to create a group of people like this. Rick Smith in the chat. What's up, brother? Appreciate it. Hey, Junior, what you got, bro? What you need? What you need, Junior? I'm talking to you, bro. What you need? Has anyone seen Mike? I'm right here. I'm right here, man. I'm right here. Junior, I like you, man. You're definitely... You're definitely a fun guy. CUDAUS1. Leafs don't just look terrible, they are. Oh. Well, I mean, Estero representing. Yes, I actually went to Fort Myers High when we whooped y'all. Estero High School. Anyways, that's beyond the point. But representing, hey, we got it. We're coming back. CUDAUS, however you pronounce it, whatever. Louis D in the house. What's up, man? I love it. Louis D. Leafs will win tonight. Yes, they will. We're coming back. We're doing this. Sozo in the house as well. Love it. We need to get over 1,000 thumbs up. Hit it. Junior justice for Miss Allison. She's got the best justice in the world. She fell in love with me, and I fell in love with her. And babe, I miss you. I know you're having fun with Katie. Drive safe, and hope y'all are good tonight. Kate says you'll be fine. With that, guys, I'm going to let this go back to the play-by-play. My first period thoughts really are I'm not impressed. But hey, Ali Star Growly, $5. Thank you for the good cause. Let's go, Bruins. All right, well, hey, Ali Star Growly, appreciate the super chat, my man. God, I got to get better at looking at the camera right here instead of looking at the screen to see what I look like on this stream. All right. This is my wrap up. I hear the thing in the background going, hey, the play-by-play's coming back, or the intermission's coming back. Anyways. CUDA US. All right, CUDA US. I love it. Guys, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and please share this to your friends, okay? Please share this to your friends, and let's get more Leafs fans in the chat. Let's blow this up. We are passing numbers, crazy numbers tonight. We're already over 15,000 views, and we are, God, just starting the first intermission. It's been crazy, guys. Share this to your friends. Big shout out to Jamie Boyd. Big shout out to Ali Star Growly. Big shout out to all the new members tonight. Oh my God. What a night we've had here. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys and girls. Nona Harper, Maria Beerbrier. Is that Beerbrier? I love it. Nikola Jokic, Patrick Butler, Pierre Lebel, and Dwayne Fevens. Big shout outs to all you guys for the support and as well so far through these 3 games in a period. Back to the action, guys. Go Leafs, go. We'll take it from here. Big comeback in the second period. Thank you.
Cuthbert here for your intermissions. Leafs trail 1-0 after 20 minutes to the Boston Bruins in Game 4, and they are trailing 2-1 in the series. And we know that this has been, 6 straight consecutive Game 4 losses to the Boston Bruins. So they're hoping to turn a couple things around with the remaining 40 minutes in this game.
Yeah, boy, oh boy, that was not a very impressive period by any stretch of the imagination for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Better start in terms of the crowd, but
it was electric in here.
Response, I suppose. Are these things connected? Well, that wasn't the best argument for these things being connected, because it doesn't feel like the Maple Leafs drew off the crowd by any discernible measure. Just starting big picture here, I consider the Boston Bruins as gatekeepers. If you are elite, if you can win a Stanley Cup, you're going to beat the Boston Bruins. And right now, through, 3 games in a period, 10 periods, the Maple Leafs have not proven themselves to be able to overcome not a simple task, not a task that most teams get through in the NHL, but teams that can win something. They're going to figure out a way to beat the Boston Bruins, at least in my opinion. Gatekeepers, it kind of separates the good from the bad, the potential from the non-potential. And right now, again, 10 periods, and this period in particular, showing some non-potential if you're the Maple Leafs.
I would say the Maple Leafs beat themselves that period. Let's go through the goal. So, first of all, to JVR, of course. Welcome back to Toronto, JVR. How would you score the first goal of the game? So that's a tough look. So it's Reeves not being able to get the puck out of his own end. Puck goes over to JVR's stick. Edmondson blows the zone. He's in no position to play defense. There's a tie-up of bodies behind the net, which ends up being Brody, one of them, and Camp was the other one. And he waltzed right in and goes 5-hole on Ilya Samsonov, and looked like nobody was prepared to play any level of defense in that 5 to 8 second stretch. It was messy. Reeves smashes his stick into the ice. It's bad body language. It was a bad goal, and of course it's JVR doing it. And that's a simple, just get the puck out of the zone, chip it off the boards, don't do something, do a hard play. And he did the opposite of that, so that's beating yourself. JVR is not a game breaker, folks. That wasn't Pasternak dipsy-doodling through the entire team. It was just a poor play that ends up in a goal, and Samsonov should have had it.
Yeah, there are many things the Leafs need in order to beat Boston. 2 of those things, one would be Reeves to not make plays under duress through the middle of the ice. That seems pretty important. And the other would be Edmondson staying on the defensive side of the puck. Edmondson breaking up ice in that position or in that situation made no sense to me whatsoever. It's not like you're going to go 150 feet in an odd man rush and put the Leafs ahead.
I don't know what he was doing.
His sole responsibility is play tight defensively, and breaking the zone in that situation was the reason why the puck ended up in the back of their own net. That's just not a play those two can make. It has to be defensive first, unless you are a select handful of players on this team, and Reeves and Edmondson are not part of that group.
That was JVR's first goal in 21 games. Oh, it's just funny. Okay, let's talk about William Nylander's return. I thought he looked a little tentative at first, like maybe even nervous. Like the puck was kind of bouncing around. He was trying to do something. Like he's got elite stick handling, elite puck control. But the first couple touches in the first shifts, I thought he looked nervous. But he cleaned it up a bit. He had some really nice zone entries. That's what he's good at. One, he almost ran into his own player. I've been watching him.
Yeah, that wasn't the cleanest one.
That wasn't clean. But I've been watching him to see if he's shying away from physicality, and I think he is. But I mean, you're William Nylander. You're not Ryan Reeves. But I mean,
he's not the go head first into collisions.
So it's really hard to tell if he's laboring or if he looks any different. But I think at first looked a little nervous, maybe just a little bit like getting himself back into, hey, it's game 4. I haven't played yet. Boom. So I think it's promising. He didn't look out of place, but he also, probably needs to elevate as well as all the other Maple Leafs.
To me, he felt a little disconnected from the group or the lines or the pairings or just the game, and I guess that would be somewhat expected given that you haven't played hockey at this level in a while or just in general at all in a bit. So, yeah, I think that would be expected, but I guess where it seemed like he was most disconnected was on the 2 power play opportunities that just looked completely disconnected with every part of it, every facet of it. Again, not a great period for the Toronto Maple Leafs power play. And you're like, okay, so Nylander's injected into it. There's another dimension. It's going to look a little different. Maybe it looks complete, but it felt like everyone was even more isolated than they normally were, which is not necessarily a positive step. I mean, on the 4-on-3 power play, it was 4 forwards, and they managed to do nothing as a collective and everything as an individual, and those individual failures, well, they went, they were pretty disappointing and didn't work, frankly, whatsoever. So another missed opportunity at 4-on-3, another one at 5-on-4, and the Maple Leafs remain where they've been, which is struggling mightily on the power play.
2 power plays, 4-on-3, 5-on-4, as you mentioned. The Leafs are now 1 for their last 20 power plays at home in the postseason. I mean, this crowd, as we said, off the top was awesome. And
honestly. You mentioned Willie, the Willie chance to start the game, his first shift. Like, that is something that, awesome. Okay, you're feeling it. They're 100%. Doing their part without question. And it's not like, oh, William Nylander's got to score a goal there. But it's just like,
of course not.
When you have shift over shift, that kind of takes away from the momentum. By the end of the period, you're like, okay, we're right back where we were a couple nights ago when apparently there was no buzz.
It's deflating.
In this building.
I will say, and I worked here last year as the in-arena host of the Maple Leafs, and I think they did something different today with the video board prompts because. And maybe we haven't been in any postseason games, but I think they in between the commercial breaks, this is inside baseball. There's usually like a sponsored segment or some sort of like giveaway or something, but every commercial break they were just showing fans and doing rally towels, and it was very much fan orientated. So you saw yourself up on the jump board. It was really loud in here. I thought there was a lot of energy, and they were doing a lot of Go Leafs Go chants, and they focused, I think, a lot more on making it loud in here, which is something when I worked here for an entire season, it was different. I noticed it was different. And I said that to you, Justin. I don't know if you noticed, but it felt like
Joe Bowen's a powerful fella, and I think someone maybe
or maybe that's what they do for the playoffs. I don't know. We haven't been to a playoff game in person, but I think they did something different today with how they structured their game operations. But it was working. It was loud as I've heard in a long time here at Scotiabank Arena. But when you give up a goal and then you miss 2 power play opportunities and you're not generating a lot of offense, you got 7 shots, like I don't know what you want people to stand up and rip their shirts off for.
Yeah, shirt stayed on.
I didn't see anyone without a shirt. So
first period, yeah. And that is understandable, right? Like, was there a point in that period where you thought the Maple Leafs were going to score? I didn't feel that really at any point. So that's going to add up eventually, and you're going to start from scratch, and they're going to have to add in those video elements, or it might get pretty quiet in here.
Alrighty, folks. We'll take a quick break. On the other side, we'll get you a look around the out-of-town scoreboard, and there were some games earlier today and one later tonight, and we'll get you set for the second period. Leafs trail 1-0 after 20 minutes. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting, because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
Get the official NHL app to watch, read, and listen to all the deeks.
All I can say is absolutely wow.
All the sauce. All the saves.
Stop from Vasilevsky.
All the hits. All the snipes. All the sellies.
He scores! Unbelievable!
All the hockey. If it's hockey, it's here. Listen to every NHL game for free. Now with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto.
That microphone is on. What's up, Insiders? Where's the camera? There it is. All right. Bella has a question or something. She's like, Dad, can I talk to your chat real quick? So since it's commercial break, Bella, take it away. What's up?
Okay, guys. I need you to convince my dad to give me a ride tomorrow to somewhere.
This is interesting. All right, well, I'm going to have to find out more details about this, but... All right. We'll see. There's Eagle Eye says, come on, Dad. All right, we'll see. Let us know in the chat if I should give my amazing daughter who cleaned the whole house yesterday a ride. Oh, and there's Sarah. All right.
Oh, we gotta go.
We got to go. Ice cream trip is upstairs. Have fun, guys. Be good. Sarah, you're crazy girl.
Bye.
Get in on it. You want to go? Come on, get in on
it. Convince him. Sarah, come on. Do you want ice cream?
All right, go Leafs, go. Back to the intermission here. There you go. All right, now she's been really good. She's helped out a lot here with doing a lot of the chores and all that she's supposed to be doing. So yeah, the other one, the younger one, not so much. But all right, 1967 in the chat. No, don't want that. 2 men in a truck. 2 men in a truck. .ca. All right, back to the action. To save you guys some of the commercials with as much as I can. There you go, Allie Stargrowly. Get her an Uber. I don't trust that. I don't trust an Uber for my kid. Nah, I trust her driving more than an Uber. Back to the action. Thank you guys. Big second period. Big comeback. We got this. Go Leafs, go.
At 365, must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly.
The Islanders stayed alive. Double overtime victory 3-2 over the Carolina Hurricanes, and the Tampa Bay Lightning avoided being swept 6-3 over the Florida Panthers. Still to come tonight, Dallas and Vegas in Game 3. Vegas looking to go up 3-0.
Leafs looking to tie things up. Down 1-0 after 20 minutes in Game 4. Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph will have the call the second period next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Football season may be months away.
The Chiefs are back-to-back Super Bowl champions.
But Sports Grid Radio is talking about the lines, odds, and futures for the NFL.
If you don't have a great quarterback in this league, you'll be lucky if you scrape 8.
Whether you're looking at team win totals, props, or the best odds to win next year's Super Bowl, the only place to get the winning edge over the sports books is Sports Grid Radio.
And I'm going to bet the Eagles to win the NFC before the year gets underway.
Channel 159 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The playoffs are here.
Centering pass, score! Oh, what a sparkling save. And now McDavid has it again at center ice. Left circle shot. Score!
16 teams made the cut.
And only one can bring home the prize.
Misfits to champions. The Vegas Golden Knights win the Stanley Cup.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Don't miss a moment. Sirius XM 91.
And the Sirius XM app.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on Sirius XM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Toronto, they don't have a face card. Like, they don't have an ace.
Morgan's a jack. They have so many non-face cards that these guys are going to have to bullpen by committee, because the real truth is this: they got a good forward group. But if you don't defend against Boston and Florida, you're not seeing Boston or Florida in round 2. That's the exam, and the test will be on this defense.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
To the second period, James Van Riemsdyk from Mason Lorine at 15:09, and Van Riemsdyk's first goal of the playoffs. Scored by Ryan Reeves. As we're ready to go for the second period here in the face-off coming at center ice. Referee Pierre Lambert leans in, and the puck is dropped. We're underway.
TSI
Bruins to the right, Leafs to the left.
Leafs.
Cleared down into Toronto territory, and it is Lyubushkin on his backhand, playing it up the boards, off a skate. Nicely played ahead there by Bertuzzi. In over the line is Domi, trying to protect the puck. He gets it into the slot area and rolls to the side of the goal. And it was tipped wide of the net then by Matthews. Pass intercepted now. Nicely knocked down there by Bertuzzi. Taking it wide with a shot. Blocked it away. Centering pass. It's in the equipment of the Bruins player and just knocked wide of the goal. And how that whistle didn't go, I don't know. Cleared by Boston, and now the whistle will go because it's iced by the Bruins. That was kind of strange, wasn't it?
I think it was at Lindholm that had it trapped against his body. So I think the Leafs are trying to say that's delay a game penalty. Eventually he skated it with his hand held to his chest just to the right of the Boston goal before
Get it out
he
of
dropped
harm's
it.
way. Yeah, exactly. That was almost a 3-steamboat carry, wasn't it? Draw to the right of Swayman. Won by Coyle. Played out the boards by Carlo. And now Carlo has to go back in his own zone and banks it down to the Toronto blue line as Marchand missed the pass. McCabe getting it ahead, but it goes off Marner's stick and goes up into the seats and out of play, and a face-off coming with 57 seconds played here in the second period.
Leafs have got to snap some streaks. You know, it's been documented 10 games in a row in the postseason that they failed to score more than 3 goals in a game. And the record on home ice in the last 7 years has been atrocious, to say the least.
Played up on the boards on the far side to Nyes. He launches it high. Tavares got it in over the line. Marner to Tavares and a shot, and that was blocked. The rebound is knocked away, and the Bruins are racing back with Pasternak on the left wing. Into the slot and a drop pass and a rolling shot. Knocked away there by Samsonov. It comes out in front of the net again, and it's played to an open wing. Pontus Holmberg is there. Plays it up on the wing, and a tip pass brings Tavares. Tavares in over the line with Nyes. He stops up, tried to make a backhand pass to the defense, but it was intercepted, and now the Bruins are back with Zacha hitting the Leaf line. To Pasternak, and a quick shot stopped there by Samsonov. Leafs in their own zone, and Nylander is flying out at center. He hits the line on the right wing and goes wide. Stops up, still with it on the near boards. Engaged as he goes around back to the net, trying to center. He did! Oh, and Holmberg couldn't get his stick on it. Flipped back down into the Toronto end. Frederick trying to get a shot away on the short side, had it blocked there by Brody. It comes back to the point. Rink-wide pass on the far side for Shattenkirk. Shattenkirk engaged. The puck is kicked free. Out comes Calle Yarncrook with it. Left wing side and in over the line and stopping up. Took a shot towards the net, but it was knocked out of the air adroitly there by the Bruins and played ahead at center by Witherspoon. He'll get it down into the Toronto end. Puck around the boards into an empty corner. Poked along by Riley. In along the boards, engaged there was Maroon. The puck goes into the slot area, and it is grabbed off by Nick Robertson, but he doesn't make a pass, and Maroon stole it from him. Played back now into the near boards. A shot goes high and wide to the far wing. That's the situation where you have Robertson on there. He had a chance to move the puck, but didn't. Bruins keeping it in. No, it comes out over the line, and then Reeves run over Lorine with a good hit. Feathered back into the Boston zone. Puck around back of the net with Matthews in pursuit. Centering pass knocked away by Lowry. Down into the corner, blocked again by the Leafs. In along the boards comes Domi, a centering pass, and unable to get a stick on it there was Matthews. Bruins have set it down into the Leaf end. Off the boards ahead at center for Max Domi. Domi into the slot area for Matthews. The shot was blocked. Matthews works it around back of the net for Domi. He couldn't come up with the puck, and it is Carlo getting it out at center. Bruins send it in. Hip check missed there, but into the corner goes Coyle. Centering pass, backhand shot, went high and wide. Benoit got it out at center ice off the stick of Tavares. Bruins with it again. They backhand it again into the Toronto end. Jake McCabe around back of the net. Takes a hit to make the play to get it up on the wing, but the Bruins are there to clear it around to the far boards, and Zacha works it back to the point. Carlo with a shot in traffic, and it went high and wide. Down into the corner again for Zacha. Zacha spun off the puck by Tavares. Got it ahead, and the Leafs are able to skate it out. McCabe flipping it in, and he's going to go into the corner after it. McCabe trying to play it around to a teammate on the far side, and he finds Nyes. Nyes comes away out of the scrum. A pass in front of the net. Marner swept it in front of the goal, and Tavares had a glorious chance there, but couldn't get a stick on it. Bruins get it back into the Leaf end with Pasternak. Taken away by Edmondson. Edmondson had it knocked away. Centering pass blocked by Brody, and it's onto the stick of Nyes. Nyes to center for Toronto. On the wing for Marner. Marner trying to settle it down, gets it off on the wing and chipped into the corner by Holmberg, but it didn't connect. Nyes sends it right back in again. Another change coming for Toronto. 1-0 Boston. Out at center ice. Nylander turns, looks for a man, drops it off for Morgan Riley. Riley in on the left wing. Tried to send it back to the net and has. Pontus Holmberg missed a hit there from McAvoy. Back to the point it comes, and unable to keep it in was Lyubushkin, but he did well to knock it in over the line and to create a delayed offside when it looked like it might be an odd man rush. Played into the Toronto zone. Van Riemsdyk taken to the boards. Camp to the near corner. A bank pass will come out into the center ice area, and here's Willie. Working to the line on a pass in on the left wing, Lyubushkin. Lyubushkin driving the net with the backhand. Stopped by Swayman on the short side. Nylander back of the goal, hoping for a loose puck to develop. Lyubushkin is down there low. Now Nylander taking up the pursuit. And the puck finally does come free, but Lyubushkin's got a long way to get home. Left wing side for Beecher. John Beecher going wide. Good play by McCabe to take him wide and back of the net. Comes back to the point to Lowry. Over to his defense partner, and a shot in traffic is gloved by Samsonov, and now he gets some shoving with that maroon in front of the net. And Reeves is there to settle things down. Gives Maroon a little shove on the end.
Well, it was Boquist. He gave a shot right into the chest, and Boquist said, I'm good. But the Leafs still looking for their first of the game.
1-0 Boston. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Bet365 doesn't do ordinary. That's why they've introduced the Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier because the biggest games and most popular markets are all in one place. Check out the Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why. It's never ordinary.
There we go. I had to jump back in here real quick. Louis D, big shout out for the super chat. Love it. Thank you. This is amazing. The support that you guys are showing here, the super chats tonight, absolutely insane. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've got dogs and cats downstairs. This is about to get ugly. But I just wanted to say, guys, big shout out to every single one of you that has shown support just by clicking on this video. If you're listening to this right now, you are making a difference in this donation to Sick Kids. This is so cool. I am thankful to each and every one of you for letting me follow my dreams and create this this platform that we got a bunch of awesome Leaf fans and Bruins fans and opposing fans and a bunch of hockey fans. But that's what it's about right here. All right, guys, back to the action. Go Leafs go. Let's get that chat going. I want to see Go Leafs go in the chat. If you're a member, get those emojis rolling. If you're not a member, GLG in the chat, type it out, Go Leafs Go, copy paste, I don't care, get it done. Let's get loud for our buds. It's time.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Curtis Joseph in the house making a presentation to an Armed Forces member as we have a face-off coming in the Toronto zone to the left of Ilya Samsonov.
Boy, did he come up with some clutch playoff runs. And not just Toronto. Some great upsets as a member of the Edmonton Oilers with upsetting Colorado and Patrick Waugh one year. The Dallas Stars and Joe Nieuwendyk one year.
Who will ever forget Wendell Clark knocking his mask off when he was with St. Louis?
Yeah, that was the 7-game series that the Leafs back in '93 were able to win after upsetting the Red Wings in the first round.
Bruins win the face-off. It comes back to Lowry. Pass into the corner, broken up by Toronto, and flipped to center ice, but Lowry knocks it down. Then Marner knocked him down. Puck for Tavares, unable to push it up the boards. Bruins send it in off a skate, and the Leafs have it under control in their own zone. Tavares back at center to Marner and across the line. Back it goes to Tavares, who tried to one-hand it to the front of the net, but it slid to the side of the goal, and it was easily covered by Swayman. Now is Jeremy Swayman into the heads of the Maple Leafs.
Well, they fired a grand total of 10 shots on him tonight, so if that means they're afraid to shoot at him, then I'm going to say the stats would back it up. I mean, he's made a couple of very sharp stops in the game.
Bad saves. Low.
But when you don't test him and get him moving on a 4-on-3 for a minute 40, I'm not going to say that it's the goaltending that was the difference.
Draw one by Toronto. Left wing side, Riley with a wrist shot that doesn't make it through. Labushkin plays to the right wing side. And now Marner trying to work the boards, has it knocked away, and the Bruins are out. Here's Pasternak working in on the right side, taken wide there by Matthews. Pasternak nailed by Labushkin. The puck along the boards, and Marner, at least Matthews, taken down, then got the puck in along the boards, battling there with Zacha, and it is played around back of the net far side. Pasternak in the corner, back of the net for DeBrusk. DeBrusk tied up by Labushkin, then Domi knocks his man down, and there's going to be a penalty here. Wow, I don't know about this one. The referees tonight are Pierre Lambert and Kelly Sutherland. Kyle Flemington and Steve Barton are the linesmen. And this is coming from Kelly Sutherland.
Actually, both officials had the arms up. And Max Domi will go to the box. And the Boston Bruins have, fortunately for the Leafs, have not been able to maintain their .500 power play percentage here in this game.
7:23, the time of the penalty. Max Domi wore a beautiful rendition of the Hockey Night in Canada blazer.
Yeah, the powder blue. Yep.
To honor Bob Cole tonight. Nice tribute. Draw to the left in the Toronto zone, and a huge penalty kill here for the Maple Leafs. The draw is scrummed, and it is quickly shot out and down the ice by the Leafs. McAvoy goes back. Carries to the blue line. Drops it back for DeBrusk. DeBrusk hits the Leaf blue line with a pass to Marchand. The bouncing puck comes to the line. Cleared to the left wing side, and Edmondson gets it, and he hammers it down the ice. Leafs get a wholesale change of penalty killers done. McAvoy bringing it out. Minute 27 to go. To center ice comes Coyle. In on the right wing, it comes into the slot for Marchand with a shot that went high and wide. Pasternak gets it back to Marchand on the far boards, back to the point. McAvoy into the slot. To the near side, a shot blocked there nicely by McCabe. Puck in along the boards. Back to the point it comes. McAvoy to the right wing side, they score! Brad Marchand over there takes the pass. And the Bruins, on the power play that has been a killer for the Maple Leafs, have a 2-0 lead.
Ilya Samsonov comes well out. I think he's feeling the shots coming as he is down on his knees as the pass is going to his left. And by the time Marchand gets it, he's got the empty net to put it into. And Samsonov came well out, and as soon as there was traffic in front, he goes down, freezes, and the Leafs are unable to take the seam away. But that was easy.
Third of the playoffs for Marchand, and his second on the power play. His 7th point to lead all scorers thus far. And now the Leafs bring it in over the line with Matthews, knocking it into the corner. Bertuzzi got his man in, and Matthews stole as he gets it back to the point to Lyubushkin. Lyubushkin sending it to the side of the goal. Swayman taking it off the inboards, covers it up, and a face-off will come in the Boston end to the left of Swayman. But it is a 2-0 hill to climb, and the Bruins aren't giving the Leafs much in the way of offensive zone time, and the power play has just been anemic to date. 1 out of 13.
What are they now, -5? -6 special teams in the series?
Yeah. -5. Bruins have 6 power play goals. The Leafs have 1. Laid down by the Bruins into the Leaf end. Lyubushkin. Left wing side, Riley. Off the skate. That didn't connect. It comes to an open wing. Lyubushkin carries on and shoots it into Boston territory. Carlo chipping it on the wall, but not out. Kept in on a shot, deflected right on, and Swayman was able to hang on to that as Domi let it go from the point. One of the things that the Leafs are going to have to do next year, they've got to find someone to play defense that scares people because he'll shoot the puck and can shoot it. And that's one area that you thought that maybe Klingberg would be that, and then it never materialized, and then, of course, he's gone.
And that it's the same group that a year ago was in the top 3.
Yep.
You know, and the year before, they've consistently been in the top 3 or 4 in power plays in the league.
Draw to the right. Scrummed. It goes to the far boards. Kept in at the point. Long shot taken by Benoit was off the mark wide. Pounding down there was McCabe to bowl over his man. Bruins get it out at center. Geekie in across the line. Taken down by Tavares. Round on the far side it goes, and Lohrei is there. To say the least, the Leafs have got to get the next goal. Bruins get it to the line and bring it in offside. And play whistle dead, and McCabe and Marchand having a bit of a discussion. That's drawn a crowd in there, including John Tavares.
And now Marchand is just skating leisurely over to the Boston bench.
After creating the stir. He's an absolute specialist. There's no two ways about it.
But you've got to ignore it. I mean, when it becomes your focal point, he wins. He doesn't have to score in the power play. And we saw that happen in Game 3, and we've seen it happen here. If you want the retribution, wait for your shot in a scrum. You know, after the whistle. Get your little left hook going, or left jab. Finish your check on him when he's got the puck.
Face-off outside the Toronto blue line. Camp with Robertson and Reeves out there for Toronto. Bank pass. Robertson chips it into the zone. Camp in full pursuit down into the corner with Witherspoon. Now Reeves trying to free it up for Robertson. Robertson against the boards as it comes back on the wall. Pinching down there was Edmondson, who's lost his stick in the fray. Puck is still in along the boards. It comes back to Reeves. Near side, Brody can't shoot it. Brody holds, still with it now on the half boards. Slides it back to the point. Edmondson with a pass looking for Robertson, and it went right by him. Brody trying to keep it in, has sent it in on a delayed offside. Witherspoon. A pass to the Leaf blue line, feathered down into the Toronto end. Brody chipping it along for Robertson. Robertson goes rink wide for the defense. Played out at center ice for Camp. Camp can't get it into the Boston end. Bruins back. Maroon into the corner now for Beecher. Beecher sends it around the boards, and now bringing it out is Nylander. Nylander had it knocked off his stick. Maroon sends it down into the corner. Grabbed off by Beecher and around back of the goal with Nylander chasing. Back to the point. Long shot deflects wide of the Leaf goal. Near side, Lori. His shot is swallowed up by Samsonov, who will stop play with more pushing going on in the Leaf goal crease. Edmondson, Brody, and John Beecher taking up the behalf of the Bruins. And a face-off coming in the Toronto zone. 9:20 to go in the second period. The Bruins have added a goal in the second stanza. It is 2-0 Boston. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
President Biden came to SiriusXM for a live interview with Howard Stern.
Look at me sitting with the president.
Look at me sitting with Howard Stern.
Wow, I mean...
Over an hour of intimate conversation.
The American people are stepping up. We're the most unique country in the world.
We are, but I don't want to lose it.
We're not going to lose it, God willing.
Listen or watch the full video now on the SiriusXM app.
President Joe Biden. Thank you.
Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Montreal's Executive Vice President of Hockey Operations, Jeff Gorton. Do you have some priorities here heading to the offseason?
We're going to definitely let it blossom, but, we're looking for maybe ways to move it along, too. We have a lot of assets. We're looking for those opportunities to maybe use some of those assets to set us up at a higher level going forward.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Radio Network.
Face off in the Toronto zone to the right of Ilya Samsonov with 9:20 to play here in the second period, and the Bruins with a 2-0 lead. And to say the absolute least, the Leafs have to get the next goal.
Really, they haven't been dangerous all night, have they? Maybe talking about the power play being a big part of that.
Just 11 shots apiece in the game. Off the stick of Nyes to center, shot right back into the Toronto end, and Riley goes back. He'll give it off. Lyubushkin returns the favor. The veteran to the line and in for Nyes. Chipped in around back of the net. Tavares roaring in there after it, but a nice little tip pass springs Pavel Zacha, who carries to center. Zacha on the wing to DeBrusk. Right wing side. Here's Pasternak with a shot, and it went wide. Rebound at the point for Zacha. Kept in along the boards into the corner. Pasternak had it knocked away. Tavares stumbles but gets it to center. Tavares will chip it into the left wing corner. Nyes will add support, slams into Lori on the inboards, and the Bruins are able to get it out at center ice. Both teams changing. Leafs regrouping the puck back in their own zone. Simon Benoit starts out. Domi weaves on the right wing side as it's tipped in. It'll go back to the net. Swayman clears it around the boards, blocked there by Bertuzzi. Got it freed up. Matthews tried to get a shot away, but he fanned on it, and the Bruins have it out at center. To the line and in. That looked like it was offside. Marchand, his pass though is intercepted, and Domi starts back for the Maple Leafs. He'll work to the left wing side and flip it in for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi into the corner, off of a stick, but grabbed off by Marchand. He'll come out at center ice, and the Bruins shoot it in. Brody gives it to his defense partner. Played ahead at center for Nylander. Nylander against the boards into the corner. Holmberg couldn't make a play. Taken down on the play, in fact. And the Bruins bank it out at center and down into Toronto territory. Joel Edmondson stretches things out and gives it off to Brody on the right wing side to Nylander. Nylander got it ahead. Backhanded in over the line by Pontus Holmberg. Yarncrook in pursuit, but won't get there ahead of Witherspoon, who has sent it out and down the ice. And an icing call on a close play is going to be whistled down. James Van Riemsdyk arguing, but the linesman then looks at him and said, "You're old, and you probably weren't skating as fast as you thought."
And it was probably closer than it should have been. The face-off will be in the Boston zone to the right of Jeremy Swayman. The Leafs haven't had much. So the 3 goals that Swayman has given up in this series have all been within about a foot of the crease.
Draw one by Toronto. To the point, McCabe dishes back to Morgan Riley. Riley to Nylander. Down into the corner for McCabe. Chipped into the boards area. Cut off by Nylander on the right wing side. Comes out of the scrum. Nylander going to the side of the net. Curls back to the point to McCabe. Wrist shot. Just missed. Far side, another shot. Just missed. Round the boards, it's going to carry him all the way to center ice.
Might be one of the longest offensive shifts so far in the second period, isn't it?
Nylander to the line and in. On the boards for Morgan Riley, but stripped away by Witherspoon. Bruins get it to the line, knocked out of the air there by McCabe, but when he played it to the near boards, there wasn't anyone there. Witherspoon sends it back into the Toronto end. Marner after it, but it goes into the corner. Geekie trying to come out of the corner, back to the point. Near side now for Lindholm. Long shot into the glove of Samsonov, and it is held with 6:18 left to play in the second period, and the Bruins leading 2-0 here in Game 4. Game 5 is Tuesday night. We'll have that action for you beginning at 7 o'clock from the Toronto Dominion Garden in Boston.
It's the second time I believe the Leafs played the Bruins. They had actually been in a similar position, ended up losing Game 4 at home. We're down 3-1 in the series before forcing a Game 7. Another time the Leafs had a chance to close the series out in Toronto in Game 6 before losing in 7.
Into the corner, Zacha getting it back to the point. To the slot area, almost broken up by the Leafs, and then Yarncrook gives off to Benoit. Back to Yarncrook in over the line on the left wing side for Tavares, and an easy wrist shot is taken eye high by goaltender Swayman, and he'll bring a face-off in the Boston zone. 2-0 Bruins, goals from Van Riemsdyk and Marchand. And you're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Think .ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-minute truck, cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2-minute-truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck's, they already know. The top draft choice is that icy cold 18-ounce Molson Canadian you're holding, and it's just $4 at Chuck's during Leafs games. No wonder that at draft time, Canadians are always in high demand. Chuck's Roadhouse Bar and Grill. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, it's a lovely spring day here on the beach. I came here for some solo time, like I do, but I got hungry instantly, so I went to Bob's Boardwalk Bistro when Bob says, "Sorry, cash only." Luckily for me, I always have a $5 bill stashed in my sandals, so I give it to Bob, and he says, "We don't accept foot money here." That's
Thanks,
how he
Harold.
talks. But now
weather
I'm starving,
reports
and I'm
don't
looking
matter
for
when
something
you
to
drive
eat.
a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey.
They score! Holy mackerel, they score!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Face-off coming in the Boston zone to the right of Jeremy Swayman with 5:53 to play in the second period. Bruins leading 2-0. Matthews, Domi, Bertuzzi, Draw one by Boston, and they've iced the puck. So we'll do it all over again.
The Leafs have won 60% of the draws on the night. You almost think that's what it's going to take, right? Something right off the draw, get it to the net, redirection, quick shot. And unfortunately for the Leafs, they're not really forcing Jeremy Swayman to be part of the conversation.
Coyle taking the draw for Boston against Matthews. Matthews won it cleanly. Riley on the left wing boards is engaged. Played it back to the net, cut off by Carlo, and he gets it up on the wing to Geekie, who gets it out at center ice. The Leafs bring it right back in again. Domi into the slot area. Knocked down on the play was Bertuzzi, and the Bruins get it down to the Leaf zone. Off a stick and bouncing towards the line, grabbed off by Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi trying to launch it high to get it to Domi, but it was intercepted, and Lindholm shoots it back into Boston, or into the Leaf zone. Samsonov back of the goal, stick handling with it, which is never a good sign. But the Leafs come away with it. A lead pass goes off Matthews' stick into the zone. Zaka taken to the boards, knocked into the slot area, but Bertuzzi couldn't come up with it. And then it's brought in offside on a play that had Joel Edmondson trying to keep it in. So the Leafs make a couple of lineup changes. Connor Dewar is scratched because of Nylander coming back. And Brody replaces Timothy Liljegren in the lineup on the defense.
I mean, the only changes that Sheldon Keefe has made so far in this series. Bruins Jim Montgomery, after losing Game 2 in Boston, made his changes ahead of Game 3. So far, those have worked out perfectly, which has included playing Jeremy Swayman in back-to-back games.
Draw one by Boston. Played out into the center ice area. Chopped at. Blocked there nicely by Edmondson. Stolen by Nye. Flipped into the Boston zone. Lohrei gets to it first and comes around on the wing. Off the stick of Pasternak, but not out. Here's Tavares driving the net, and he slipped it wide of the goal. Puck back of the net for Nyes. Back to the blue line. Edmondson with the drive. Good save made there by Swayman. And the Leafs getting the puck through to the net. Tavares was upended. Bruins get it out at center. DeBrusk will just play it in around back of the Toronto goal. Chip there for Marner. Marner looks up ice with a pass ahead. Brought to center and then knocked in over the line by Brody, but the Bruins have it again. Boquist to the line and in. Broken up and sent back at center by Toronto. And the Bruins send it right back to the blue line. Brought in by Boquist. He doesn't shoot it. Curls back to the point in the drive. And that was kicked away nicely by Samsonov off the stick of Witherspoon. Back of the net now for Maroon. Maroon chased there by Pontus Holmberg. Back of the net, cut off by Edmondson. Got it ahead for Pontus Holmberg. He sends it back to the Leaf defenseman. Things stretching out as the Bruins are changing. Up on the left wing it goes. Yarncrook can't get by the defense to get it deep. Bruins bring it back with Heinen. Long shot, blocked before it got to the Leaf goal. Centering pass intercepted by Nylander and launched high to center ice. Boston back at its own blue line. Played ahead. Van Riemsdyk sends it in. McCabe with a good hit there to try and free the puck up. Brody trying to assist. It comes out in front onto the wing for Reeves. Reeves chips it down into Boston territory, but not far enough to get it to Robertson. Back come the Bruins. They'll bounce it into the goal. Smothered by Samsonov. 2 minutes, 53 seconds remain in the second period. 2-0 Boston. Shots 15-13 favoring Boston at this point.
And you give the Bruins credit. It's almost like playoff series is built for their style of play. And they've been very good at keeping the Leafs to the outside, or you can criticize the other way that the Leafs haven't found a way into the slot to get any scoring chances. But I don't think that the Leafs have really been able to tee anything up in the slot.
Period brought to you by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 18 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly. Face off to the left in the Toronto zone. Draw scrummed, played off on the wing. Domi comes to center with it. Max gets it ahead, and Matthews is in over the line, but had it knocked off his stick. Grabbed off by Geekie and carried to center. Stolen back. No, Geekie gets it again and is able to shoot it in. McCabe reverses the puck to find Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi returns the favor for McCabe. McCabe back to Bertuzzi. He works the line and in. Bertuzzi into the corner, stops up. Now double team, triple team, not getting any support. Bruins get it out at center and down into the Leaf end. Pasternak trying to drive, but Labushkin took it away from him. Near side for Morgan Riley. Quickly got it ahead to Tavares. Long shot into the glove of Swayman from about 103 feet out. And an easy glove save made there by the Bruins netminder.
I don't know, you got to believe that maybe Tavares was just open for the face-off in the offensive zone. A little bit of traffic in front, but this just kind of floats into Jeremy Swayman from well out just inside the Boston line on the right wing side.
Leafs huddling here. The face-off in the circle to the left.
Leafs have won 64% of the face-offs, but Tavares has only won 6 of 14 personally.
Nylander and Marner's flanking Tavares. And the draw one. Nylander works into the corner, back of the net for Marner. Marner curling out with a shot into the chest area. Swayman gloves that. Hoping for a redirect was Marner, but it didn't come.
And Tavares trying to provide a screen, but Swayman, because it was from a fairly sharp angle, Swayman was able to get over and hug the post.
Draw to his right this time. Shots are now even at 15 apiece, but the Bruins lead 2-0. Tavares scrums the draw. Nylander closes and gets it back to the point. Riley back of the net. Nylander couldn't get to it. Labushkin pinches. He works back of the goal, centered in front of the net. No one there, and the Bruins knock it ahead, and John Beecher gets it to the line and in on the left wing. Trent Frederick with a sharp angle shot. That was stopped by Samsonov. Leafs playing it high into neutral ice. Gathered there by Witherspoon. Goes D to D with McAvoy. And it is brought to center ice by Heinen. He'll get across the line for Van Riemsdyk. Down into the corner, and Labushkin takes his man to the boards, but the Bruins are onto the puck. Back of the net for Danton Heinen, into the corner. Back to the slot area for Lindholm. Lindholm, long shot in traffic, was blocked. Riley with the rebound, but no one breaking. Riley trying to carry to center and is going to flip it wide of the goal, and that's going to be an icing. He had really no other alternative because no one was breaking. Everyone was hoping for a change of player.
Well, everybody was heading to the bench, meaning if you're tired, maybe the last thing you want to do is ice it and haul everybody back onto the ice with 1:11 to go here in the second period.
It almost would have been better to reverse his field and go back into his own end, maybe. But he turns the puck over there and we're all over. Draw to the left in the Leaf zone. Matthews will take the face-off for Toronto. That one change got him out there, but the draw one by Boston. Left wing side, Lindholm, a shot. Blockered away there by Samsonov. Into an empty corner, far side. McCabe will get there late. Gets a hit in as it comes around the boards to Lindholm again with less than a minute to go in the period. Pass knocked down in front. Leafs clear it out and down the ice, and mercifully, it's going to be right on goal to allow them to get their change. Lindholm, pass through center. Chopped in and in over the line for Marchand. They score! Oh my! David Pasternak from Marchand. And that is a killer goal.
And all the Leafs have been able to do is try to dump the puck out, try to dump it in. And the Bruins, Jake McCabe stands up on a bouncing puck. And it gets past him. And who does that leave? Marchand and Pasternak on a 2-on-1. And the big players for the Boston Bruins have been the big players. Then TJ Brodie lost his battle. So you had both McCabe and Brodie try to stand up to make plays. Both lost. And the Bruins, on their 17th shot of this game, have their 3-0 lead here in Toronto.
Shot down into the Boston zone.
Crowd's loud now.
Reeves, yep. Played back into the Toronto end. Lyubushkin, rink wide, brought to center ice by Camp. Sent it down into the corner. Chopped at around the boards. Kept in with a shot. There's a rebound in front of the goal. They battle for it, but it's cleared to the near boards. Bruins play it off a blondie in front of their own goal. And with 6 seconds left, it's going to come to center ice. And the fans, who I asked to be responsive and proactive, well, they're doing it now.
Well, they're being reactive.
Yep. And they have every right to. The Leafs down 3-0 to the Boston Bruins. We're at the end of the second period. And we'll step aside for Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert. 3-0 Bruins. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
NFL Commissioner.
What's up, insiders? All right, well, not a good second period for our buds. Man, I don't really know what to say here, guys, but I do know that I need to fix this green screen stuff a little bit here. Make my hat not so see-through in my chair. But anyways, let's try and keep it positive, Leafs fans. I mean, that's all I can say. This is frustrating as hell. How many years do we continue to bang our heads against the wall to do the same exact thing? But we're Toronto fans. That's what we do. It's in our blood. I know it's in mine. We believe. It's time to just get behind them and hope that Keefe can say something in that locker room, or the captain can step up, or something. But hey, we'll see. Thank you all for being here. We've got, I think, about 150 subscribers since we started the game today after the Blue Jays game this afternoon, and it's been a good one. But so far for the channel, so I do have a little bit of positivity with me here. But my God, the Leafs. Let's keep it civil in the chat, guys. No politics. Let's keep that out of there. Nothing good comes out of that. This is sports chat. And, we got cats. Come on, get up here. There's my cat. Look at my little black cat, Mary. So, anyways, Leafs fans. Oh, my God, these shorts are way too short. I got my tennis shorts on, guys, and I wasn't even playing tennis. Bought them down in Florida. Anyways, let me get back to it here. Let Joe take the message here for bringing some big support to sick kids. This is crazy what we're doing here. Get your ass out of the camera. Anyways, Joe, take it away here with your message and the support of sick kids, guys. Thank you so much. Jamie Boyd, huge super chat tonight. Thank you all. Talk to you guys later.
Hey, insiders! It's Joe Bowen, the voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs here. And holy Mackinac, another great night here on TSI. First and foremost, Mike wanted me to thank you all for being here and helping create this amazing community that we have here at Toronto Sports Insider. Just by listening to this message, you are a part of something very, very special. Mike has asked me to help in his goal of making a difference to Sick Kids Hospital with this great group of Toronto sports fans. Now, Sick Kids Hospital is very near and dear to my heart. My son Sean was diagnosed with leukemia when he was just a year old, and he's 30-some-odd years of age now and a big strapping lad because of their magic that they work at Sick Kids. Toronto Sports Insider is donating 100% of the channel's revenue through the Leafs 2024 Stanley Cup playoffs run. Now's the time for this community of Leaf fans to make a real-world difference together. Now, the best way for us to increase the amount of the donation is to please share the link to Toronto Sports Insider right here on YouTube to bring more Leaf fans into this amazing community. Changing the world, one insider at a time. We'll see you in the chat. And holy Mackinac, go Leafs, go.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Forfar, Justin Cuthbert. It is 3-0 for the Boston Bruins after 40 minutes. And your Maple Leafs were just booed off the ice in what could potentially be their last home game this season. It has been a rough go here, folks.
Yeah, enthusiastically booed to the end.
They were loud
period.
while
they
they
were
booed.
loud. They were loud to start the game, and they were loud at the end of the second period here. I've been in this building a lot the last 5, 6, 7 years for Leaf playoff games. Not all of them, but many of them. And this is as hopeless as it's felt. And it's only 2-1 in the series, and this game is only 3-0. The series is not over yet. But this feels breaking point-ish. And again, maybe we should be more positive.
I don't know how to be positive, Justin.
Maybe we should be thinking about what happened in the second period. But this feels like a culmination of more than just like, hey, what's happened in this game and what's happened in the series. This feels like it's bigger, and it feels, again, as hopeless as it's felt. It feels like everyone is like, hey, I don't know what to do. I don't have a solution. And when a whole building feels that way, it's almost overwhelming.
Okay, I totally agree. And this is a one game. There's still 20 minutes for the Maple Leafs to go score 4 goals. They haven't been producing much offense, so that's a mountain in itself. But let's put away what's going to come in the next 20 minutes to talk about the energy in this building, the energy online from the fan base, the energy we just saw on the bench between the superstars on this team screaming at each other during their intermission, throwing their hands up, smashing their gloves. Like, it's pathetic. Like, this has been, that was a really, really poor display of, I don't know, heart, lack of it, pride, because it was from the beginning of this game. What did we say? This fan base wants something to cheer for. They came in, they were so loud and passionate, and the game just kept getting further and further and further away from them, from the Maple Leafs. And they've tried and they've failed, this fan base, to pick these guys up. And when you have a lifeless effort like that, and you're throwing your hands up in defeat, and you're yelling at each other on the bench, what else can this fan base do? What else are we supposed to say to inspire this team? That's happening right now, hopefully behind closed doors in that dressing room. Because if not, you're going to go down to TD Garden down 3-1, and that's it. Like, it would take a pretty good miracle to come back and have a Game 7. And it does not look like they are playing with any of that ferocity that they need. So prove me wrong in the last 20 minutes. I'd love it, because what we saw was nothing short of sad. It feels sad in here. It's very lifeless. And I mean, we're not going to sugarcoat it.
I was uncomfortable initially with the conversation around the fans and the atmosphere in this building, because to me that's just another example of letting this team and this organization off the hook.
That's right.
If you're blaming the fans in any way, then you're taking away from, the people responsible for the product on the ice and the wins and losses ultimately. And I just can't put any more blame or deflection away from the team. Like, I'm at the point where that's not even a possibility for me. This group has been together for a while. Management, I know Brad Treliving's new, but there has been a lot of consistency here. A lot of people have had every opportunity to make it right, and this seems like it's only devolving further. Again, still one more period to play, one more game at least to play after this. But at some point, you got to change, and you got to stop blaming others, and you got to stop deflecting, and you got to look internally. And maybe that internal view comes into focus right now. Maybe all that conversation on the Maple Leafs bench spills over into the room, as you mentioned.
Has to.
And there's maybe some separation from the core, which has been kind of together and not really shown those cracks, at least externally. Maybe we're eventually going to see that. Maybe they're working toward some clarity in terms of who is part of the problem, who's part of the solution, and how do we actually move forward? Because if you're just expecting this to be okay, it happened again, we'll come back and give it another try, then you're just doing this fan base, this city, a major disservice. That can't keep happening the same way, and this is only happening in worse ways now over time. This is getting worse faster than it's getting better, and again, there's only a select amount of people where this blame lies at the feet of.
So here's an example. Right now on Hockey Night in Canada, Kelly Rudy is talking on the panel, and I just got a quote that he said, "Throwing your gloves, you guys are acting like 8 and 9-year-olds." And if Kelly Rudy can come out there and call Mitch Marner out and say that he's acting like an 8 or 9-year-old, I respect what Kelly Rudy has to say, and I couldn't agree more. And so, it's not just that we're in the arena and it's emotional in here. They're seeing it too on TV. We have all these video clips going around right now that we saw during the broadcast of the Leafs players yelling at each other and whining about the moment. You know what the problem is? Look who scored for the Bruins. Pasternak, Marchand. Their best players are their best players, and they're hard to play against, and they don't give a crap how hard this game is and how hard this series is. And last year they lost in the first round too, but they come out and they play with pride, and they're hard to play against, and they deliver. And the Leaf Stars are not doing that, and that is the difference in this series. It's 3-0 in this game because the Leaf Stars haven't done anything, and it's going to be 3-1 in this series because we're going to have the same conversation about people not delivering in the big moment. That's what it is about. Be accountable. If somebody misses a tripping call, well then get up and skate harder to get the puck off. At some point you're giving up, and that's what it looked like out there.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a macro conversation, so very quickly on the micro. The Boston Bruins are basically just standing at their own blue line, daring you to try and break through them. And the Maple Leafs just keep running into the wall. There hasn't even been a single adjustment within this game to try and do something differently. They are without answers. And eventually, you start pointing your fingers who's most responsible for not coming up with an answer. You can go coaches, you can go stars, whatever. You can kind of just pick a number at this point. Eventually something has to change in game. It can't be just mixing up the lines. This is a very simple task that they're not able to overcome, and I think it tells you a lot about the state of this team right now.
All right, so there's still 20 minutes to play, and nothing is said and done until that final buzzer. The Maple Leafs have 20 minutes to try to score at least 3 goals, push this to overtime. It can be done. We'll see what kind of heart they come out with in the next 10 minutes. We'll take a quick break. We'll get you set for the third period. We'll take a look at the NHL out-of-town scoreboard as well. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
NHLshop.ca, the official online store of the National Hockey League. And Canada's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear. With unique one-of-a-kind designs by Fanatics, Adidas, and all the latest styles for every NHL team. Don't miss out. Shop now and get today's special offer. NHLshop.ca, a Fanatics experience.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, we can expect more thunderstorms as the evening approaches, and then overnight... Oh, hold on. Yeah, can I get 2 number 6s with a side of curly fries? Hold the onions, please. Yeah.
Harold, are you in the drive-thru right now?
Jim, no one listens to this. Oh, thank you. Yep, great.
Weather reports don't matter when you drive a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all...
Go, Leafs, go! Go, Leafs, go! Go, Leafs, go! Come on, guys. I can't hear it, but I can see it in the chat. Spam that chat with Go, Leafs, go. GLG. Hit those emojis if you got them as a member. 99 cents a month. Come on, it's nothing. Cheaper than a cup of coffee. Less than a loony. Go, Leafs, go! Let's fire up that chat. See you guys in a minute.
Take 2 in a truck, 2 in a truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 in a truck, 2 in a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
We have a plan that's connecting Ontario. We're building new roads and highways like the Bradford Bypass and Highway 413 to shorten your daily commute by up to an hour, and adding more lanes to reduce gridlock on some of North America's busiest routes to keep you and our economy moving forward. Also, you can get around faster, safer, easier. See what we're building in your community at ontario.ca/builds. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting, because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Boston Leafs Hockey. Sportsnet 590, the fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Let's take a look around the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds to find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly.
2 games are already done from earlier this afternoon. The Islanders stayed alive 3-2 in double overtime over the Carolina Hurricanes. And the Tampa Bay Lightning have already being swept at the hands of the Florida Panthers. 6-3 the final in Game 4. Still to come tonight, Dallas and Vegas. A virtual must-win for the Dallas Stars, who don't want to be in the similar position as the Toronto Maple Leafs right now.
Okay, so the position the Leafs are in is they are trailing 3-0 in Game 4 to the Boston Bruins. And this is it. Like, you come out and your back's up against a wall. You either push back and you show some fight, you show some heart in this period, or it's kind of over. Like, there's just no way to sugarcoat it. This is a must-win. This is a must-perform. This is a must-show up for your fan base, because the vibes in here are maybe the worst that I can remember. We've been in this arena a million times. So come out and get a goal off the top in the first couple shifts, and anything can happen. It's not over, but the effort was that it was over already.
Yeah, when Brad Treliving took over, he talked about the inside view versus the outside view. He had exclusively an outside view. He's getting the inside view, or has gotten the inside view to this point this season. The most important reference point in terms of the inside view, at least for me, if I was him, would be this third period. You want to be on this team moving forward? Show me in this third period. And if they all do that, if they all take that tact, maybe the Leafs can win this game.
They certainly can still win it. 3-0 after 40 minutes, a big 20 minutes ahead here with the Maple Leafs trailing in the series as well. Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph will have the call the third period next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, the fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hey, it's Taylor. Welcome to SiriusXM Channel 13, Taylor's version.
Now for free in your car for a limited time through May 6th. All Taylor music.
It's finally here. My new album, The Tortured Poets Department, is out now.
Plus, hear Taylor's surprise album drop, The Anthology.
On Channel 13, Taylor's version. I hope you love it.
The doors on the regular season are shut. It's time for the playoffs to begin. The Stanley Cup playoffs. Every team, every game. Follow the action on the air
at SiriusXM NHL on X.
Don't miss a moment.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
SiriusXM 91.
And the SiriusXM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the SiriusXM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the SiriusXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on SiriusXM FC. Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most. The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory. Jude Bellingham's driving scores! And one performance can turn a star into an immortal. Harry Kane finishes off the game. It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on SiriusXM FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs are making a goaltending change. Joseph Wall is now between the pikes down to our right. The Leafs have a huge hill to climb, down 3-0 as we get set. And And the puck is dropped, and we're underway for the third period as the Bruins send it right down into the Leaf end, and Wall handles the puck for the first time to get it into the corner. A pass up at center deflects in off the stick of Bertuzzi. Down into the corner, the Leafs were booed off the ice, and they deserved it. As the Bruins bring it in over the line on the right wing side, a shot, and that just whistled wide, and it is caromed off the end boards all the way back into Boston territory. Leafs are changing, so are the Bruins. Boston back in their own zone. 2 days in between games here. After tonight, Bruins shoot it in on a delay, but there's Pastrnak getting to the loose puck. Outfights his man for it. The Leafs are able to poke it free and bring it out at center. Lyubushkin up on the right side for Nyes into the slot. Tavares couldn't get a shot. Back of the goal, it goes into the far corner. Back to the blue line to Nylander. Near side for Lyubushkin. Rung around the boards and back of the net, but cut off there by Lohrei. And he gets it up on the wing, and the Bruins get it out at center. DeBrusk had it stripped away. Brought back by Nylander, but he's at the end of a shift. Just backhands into the Boston zone and trying to get to the bench. Bruins to center. Played in over the line and on the right wing side for Trent Frederick. Frederick down into the corner, round back of the goal. Cut off there by Holmberg. Holmberg has it caught up on the boards. In there with Brody. The puck to the side of the net. Poked up on the wing. Chipped off the boards. High to center ice. Racing after it was Yarncrook, but he won't get to it. After into the corner, though, he makes a good play to get it freed up. Yarncrook in against the boards on the far side into the circle. Couldn't get a pass in front of the net. Too well covered. And the Bruins with it again and quickly play it off the boards and down into the Leaf end.
Joe, Austin Matthews, I don't believe has come out here for the third period.
All right. He has not been on the ice.
We had Domi with Nylander and Marner to start.
Down into the corner. Now he has been battling the flu or some kind of injury, although it doesn't look like anybody's missing on the bench, but we'll double check. Here's Camp laying it back of the goal into the far corner for McCabe. Camp couldn't come up with it. Pushed along the boards, and Camp starts out of his own zone. David Camp to Nyes. Nyes circling back in his own end, works back into the corner, and now works all the way back to the net, being hounded there by Marchand. The puck comes to center, and it is snapped in as Marner is working at center between Domi and Bertuzzi. So that leads us to believe you're absolutely right. Now here's Domi working into the slot area, and a shot by Lyubushkin. Hit the goal post, the crossbar. The fans behind the net thought it might have been in, but no. Closest the Leafs have come to a scoring play. Bruins with it back in the zone. Knocked away, and Marner starts out of his own end. Marner comes to center, backhanding it high into the left wing corner. A centering pass by Riley hit the side of the goal. Puck along the boards, and Riley trying to keep it in but can't. And here's Pastrnak weaving back in on the right wing. Goes wide, makes a play to himself off the corner boards. Puck is freed up, and the Bruins get it back to the point. Kept in by Carlo. Side of the net, stolen back by Benoit. Leafs get it ahead, and Nylander stakes the center. Nylander to the line and in. Nylander fanned on it. Able to play it in around back of the net. Far side, unable to trap it there was Tavares. It comes to the point. Long shot, easily knocked down by Swayman. Bruins have sent it off the boards and down the ice. And an icing call. And no Austin Matthews on the bench.
Lyubushkin with the best chance for the Leafs in this game as he gets some room at the right point, walks in and snaps it off the crossbar. Now, I think they're still down a man on the bench as we're still looking to see if Matthews is going to return, but the Leafs are going to have any kind of miracle comeback. They're going to have to do it without their 69 goal scorer.
Drawn to the right of Swayman and Nylander in between Tavares and Robertson. Pastrnak weaves into the Leaf zone, backhands it around back of the net. Frederick's going to get there on the near boards, bodied by Brody. Back of the net goes Tavares. Tavares trying to find open room, banking it ahead for Robertson. Robertson's going to play it high off the glass to center ice. Bruins back in their own zone. McAvoy trying to play it out and does. Brought to center ice now by Heinen. Heinen sends it to the side of the goal. It's played back on the near wing. Unable to get it out was Nyes. Knocked down on the play there was Heinen, and then Brody was spun around by Frederick, who comes away with the puck and is back around into the near corner in the Toronto zone. Bruins cycling the puck nicely. It's freed up now for Brody. Chipped along on the left wing side, and Nyes is able to get it to the line, but not out. Leafs will get another opportunity and now slow things down with a bank pass ahead. Nyes in across the line. Nyes double-teamed, triple-teamed on the boards here. The Bruins are able to punch it out at center ice. McCabe dropping it back into his own zone as the Leafs are changing. Again, no Austin Matthews to start the third period. And no report on whether it's injury-related or illness-related, because he has missed a number of morning skates. He was under the weather but played in game number 3. But a big hole, obviously.
Well, big hole whether you've got him on the bench or not. 17-16, the Leafs out shooting the Boston Bruins. Well, let's throw it out. Joey?
Oh, yes. Maybe a little late.
248 games without being shut out. That includes playoffs as well as regular season. But if you are going to have those big comebacks, Ilya Lyubushkin scoring bar down would have been the first sign.
Marner working in, centers in front of the net. It comes to the point. Lyubushkin with a shot in front for Marner. Backhand score! I am taking you to Vegas, mister, and I'm footing the bill.
I maybe should have said it earlier, but Mitch Marner, great individual move, and for one of the few times in this game a Leaf forward gets some space in the slot as he just holds on a backhand and forces Jeremy Swayman to come out, get down in the butterfly, and Marner simply kept holding on to the puck and went around him on the backhand and then chipped it into the net. And with lots of time left on the board, the Leafs are on the board.
Marner flipping it to the blue line. The Bruins counter and shoot it down into the Toronto end, and DeBrusk is into the forecheck. Hit there by Lyubushkin. Puck is played back of the net for Riley, and he gets it ahead, and Marner's out. Marner coming to center. Marner to the line and in and stops up. Passed off a leg into the corner. Bertuzzi around the boards for Riley. Riley centers. Tavares couldn't get a shot. And now a race for the puck with DeBrusk. Trying to break in. Riley back and knocks him down. Big play made by the Leaf defenseman. Leafs get it ahead, and Tavares holds. Played it to an open wing. Grabbed off now by Nylander. In for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi trying to center. Nylander in. Backhand stop by Swayman. Oh my. That would have lifted the roof. Benoit dropping it back. The buzz is going again. Here it comes to center. Dropped back then by Benoit. Nylander holds. Drops it off on the right wing. 3-1 now. Shot in again by Toronto. Down the boards comes Robertson. Robertson into the corner. Nylander dug it free. It comes to the near boards, and the Bruins are going to get it out. Benoit and McCabe exchanging the puck in the Toronto end. Skating room for McCabe. Up ahead for Bertuzzi. Played back then, or at least by Robertson. A pass ahead for Camp. Camp comes to the line and in. Camp on the wing. Drops it off, and a shot taken by Yarncrook. Goes off a stick and up into the screen and out of play.
Time of the goal, 5:43. Marner from Lyubushkin.
Lyubushkin and Bertuzzi are the assists on the goal, and the Leafs are on the board, but still a hill to climb. 3-1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
An American tradition for 150 years.
Hey, insiders, all right. We're back on the board. Well, on the board for the first time. Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Get that chat fired up, everybody. It's time. It's time. It's time to get loud. Let's get it going in the chat. We don't need to spam about milk. All we got to do is get that GLG, go Leafs, go with those emojis. Come on, guys. Let's cheer our buds on. Let's get this comeback going. They crapped the bed. In this first and second period, they've crapped the bed most of this series. All right, the toughness is definitely unquestioned here. We are no doubt seeing that. Austin Matthews, hope you're all right, bro, but toughen up, Cupcake. If that's the case, you got to be out there, man. You're 69 goals for the year, and you've got one in 3.5 here in the playoffs, I believe, if memory serves me correctly. Anyways, fans, let's get loud. Let's cheer our buds on. Lynn, I see you in the chat. Keeping it fire. Grabby, much. Go Leafs, go. I love it. Nicola, big shout out. Eagle Eyes, I see you, bro. That'd be crazy, man. $100 donation. Leafs are coming back. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's see what you got, Eagle. All right, back to the action. Go Leafs, go. Get this chat going. Let's fire up our buds. Yes, every little bit helps. Woo! Get it. Go Leafs, go!
Gord
Go,
Stellick
Leafs,
and Scott
go!
Laughlin as we
Go!
recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Radio Network.
You got any other stats you can throw in, other than the shutout one, just to kind of turn the corner?
Well, Boston ever come back from a 3-goal lead that the Leafs had in the playoff game? Oh. We owe them one.
Yeah. Face-off in the Boston zone is scrummed. Bruins get to it and chip it out at center ice. Lyubushkin is there. Had it knocked off his stick, but he'll get to it again to steer it back to Morgan Riley. Riley playing it off the boards and to the line, but Marner couldn't get it in deep. He had Domi breaking, and Lyubushkin goes back into his own zone. Lyubushkin stops it up, then gave the puck away, and the Bruins are going to launch it high into the Toronto zone. Word from the Leafs PR department, something that we already know, and that is Austin Matthews will not return this evening. Shot in wide of the Boston goal. Chipped along the boards. It gets past Nylander and onto the stick of Pasternak. Pasternak to the Leaf blue line in on the left wing. A pass back, and Wall comes across and makes a big save on Pavel Zacha. His first big save of the game after replacing Ilya Samsonov to start the third period.
You will remember that it was due to injury in Game 3 against the Florida Panthers that Joseph Wall made his NHL debut. Ended up losing that game in overtime, but winning Game 4 in Florida before coming back home, and the Leafs and Wall losing to the Florida Panthers.
Cleared to center ice by Toronto. 11:40 to go in the third. Leafs on the board, down 3-1. Benoit. A pass partially blocked, got it again, trying to play it out against Pasternak. It's played to the left wing side. DeBrusque in with a shot. That deflected just wide of the Leaf goal. Benoit will try it again. A pass for Nyes. He couldn't get control of the puck. Then Tavares got it across the line, but it was broken up. Nyes getting it again, and instead of trying to drive the net or drive into the zone, he plays it back into the Toronto end to get a change going. Camp to center along with Robertson. Into the far corner, and Camp roars in there after it. Robertson comes away with the loose puck. Got it back to the point now with a Yarncrook shot. Oh, and a juicy rebound was there, but Robertson couldn't get his stick on it. Bruins play it around the boards, and it's going to come out and down the ice. And an icing call, the result, with 10 minutes and 42 seconds to go. And a face-off in the Boston end.
You're always going to face adversity. We remember John Tavares being lost in Game 1 against the Montreal Canadiens. Willie Nylander plays his first game of the series, and then Austin Matthews leaves 2 periods later.
Draw to the right in the Boston end. Domi taking the draw.
But if you remember the times of Alan McCauley and Gary Roberts,
Draw scrummed, Bruins control. Played on the glass, but it'll be cut off by Riley. Punched around back of the net. Bertuzzi couldn't center. Domi can't get to it. Van Riemsdyk is able to punch it out at center ice, and the Bruins get it in over the line. Boquist tied up on the boards. Puck goes free and played ahead, but now Domi couldn't get it away. They'll try it again on the wing. Marner slides it off, and Morgan Riley comes to center. He's in across the line on the left wing for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi with a shot towards the net that was blocked and goes into the corner off Morgan Geekie. Geekie battles on the boards. Marner comes out with it. He's around back of the net center. Oh, and Domi hit the side of the goal. Played to the line but not out. Riley with a shot, and Domi coming across couldn't make a deflection there. Played back in along the boards and still free, and now the Bruins have launched it high to center ice. Under 10 minutes to play in the third. Nylander back in his own zone. Nylander to center. Nylander in across the line. Nylander gets it again on the left wing. Tries to center and went right past Tavares in front. Shot from an angle is stopped. There's a rebound. Battle away. Pass in front. Oh, and a shot there by Edmondson went just wide. Chance there for the Maple Leafs. Here's Nyes into the corner. Tavares centers a shot. Saved by Swayman. Huge save. Penalty to Toronto. Pierre Lambert, the referee, has called a penalty. Now the two referees are talking.
Trying to see if it should be a 4 for holding. It's incredible, though. Leafs have all kinds of opportunities, all kinds of pressure, and they take the penalty. And I'll tell you something else. Jeremy Swayman has come up with some huge stops here in the period. I'm not sure which Boston player flopped, but it really has been something that the Bruins have been able to do effectively, is draw penalties by going down early.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan on the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hey, Insiders. All right, game's going. The chat is on fire, as always. Thank you all for being here. Now, I just wanted to give you guys a quick update on the Sick Kids donation. We are over $500 already through 3 games of Leafs hockey. Tonight's game 4. Let's keep it going. All of the super chats, all of the memberships, all of the ad revenue, everything that you guys have brought, even just by watching this video tonight. Clicking that like button, you're helping. Share the video out to your friends, to your enemies, whatever. Share them, and let's get more Leafs fans here in the chat. And go Leafs, go. Get after it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it tonight. Matthews, Willie's back, supposedly, maybe. We'll find out. Come on, boys. It's time to show up. Go Leafs, go.
Report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, it's a lovely spring day here on the beach. I came here for some solo time, like I do, but I got hungry instantly, so I went to Bob's Boardwalk Bistro when Bob says, "Sorry, cash only." Luckily for me, I always have a $5 bill stashed in my sandals, so I give it to Bob, and he says, "We don't accept foot money here." That's
Thanks,
how he
Harold.
talks. But now
Weather
I'm
reports
starving, and I'm
don't
looking
matter
for
when
something
you
to
drive
eat.
a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Well, needless to say, they have to kill this penalty off if they're going to entertain any thoughts of a dramatic comeback. And the draws to the left of Joseph Woll. Camp will face off not against Coyle, who's just been waved out, but it'll be David Pasternak. And the draw scrummed, but it comes back to the point. McAvoy walks in, holds to the middle of the ice. Wrist shot in traffic, deflects wide. Down into the near corner. Down, tripped up there. Edmondson took down DeBrusque. That was more of a penalty than the one the Leafs are trying to kill off. And they'll get it up on the wing, but unable to clear it fast enough was Yarncrook as it comes in front of the net. A stop made by Woll. Right on the doorstep from DeBrusque. DeBrusque back to the net. Challenged by Edmondson. To the far side. Back it goes. DeBrusque trying to center. Good pad save made by Wall. The loose puck goes to Yarncrook. And now he sends it out and down the ice.
Joe Wall had only faced one shot, Joe, here in the third period until that barrage. He's got to equal what Swayman has done at the other end here in the third.
Brought on at center ice now by Boston. Pasternak against the boards. Challenged there and kicked by Pontus Holmgren, but it doesn't clear. Centering pass, a shot stopped and smothered by Joseph Wall off Pasternak on the short side.
He did that quick glance over his left shoulder, and I don't think there was anybody in the building happier than Joseph Wall that he didn't find it when he looked.
But it was right to his left pad, and he was quick enough to refocus, find it, and get a glove on it.
Shots on goal now 8-4, so the Bruins have had 3 shots on goal here in this power play.
54 seconds left in the penalty. Geekie taking the face-off against Pontus Holmberg. And Holmberg won the draw, and the Leafs get it to the line and get it out and down the ice, courtesy of Jake McCabe, who gets a tap on the pants from Marner on the icing.
One thing the Leafs have to be aware of if this penalty gets taken down is that Willie Nylander is the man coming out of the box.
Bouncing puck, shot down the ice by Holmberg again. He'll go to the bench. Leafs are changing. Bruins get it out at center. Fired in by Shattenkirk. Round the boards far side. Chipped at there by Lyubushkin. Grabbed off by Marner. Stolen back and around back of the net comes Camp. He'll find an opening on the left wing boards and down the ice it goes. 16 seconds left in the penalty. Nylander anxiously waiting to resume. 10 seconds left. Bruins come out at center. They work it to the line. In on the left swing goes Boquist. Round back of the net. Centering pass comes back to the blue line. Long shot wide. Nylander's out, and the pass is going to come to him on the right wing. He circles back into his own zone. Drops it off now for Joel Edmondson as the Leafs will change. And the crowd trying to edge things on here. One more push. Here we go. Here's a pass deflected in over the line. Tavares trying to tip the puck free and couldn't get to it as it's cleared to center ice on a race for the puck. Getting back in time was the back checking of Robertson. Near side now for Nylander. Nylander curls back. He's going to the bench. Riley. For Lyubushkin. Bank pass off Marner's skate. Couldn't control the puck. Bruins have set it high to center ice and now to an open wing where it'll be caught up and shot by Coyle back into the Leaf end. 6:19 to play, third period. The Leafs need 2. Pass on the wing, Riley. Chipping it in over the line. Bruins quickly send it out. McCabe launches it high. Not high enough before it's knocked down by a Bruin and played back, and now Boston in on the left wing. And a wrist shot is off the chest of Wall. Good save off Pasternak, and a penalty coming here to Boston. They drop it back, and Domi is going to carry it through center ice. He works in on the right side. Late getting to the attack here is Marner. The puck around back of the net is touched by the Bruins. And with 5:43 to go, if there was ever a time for elite power play success, it's here.
I don't know what the official continually checked on Benoit. Is this, looks like it's just going to be a 2. Or is Boston in a little more trouble than that, because Brad Marchand is now having a long chat with the official. All right, that's all it is, a 2-minute slash at Benoit.
All right, we're back with the do or die power play. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hey, Kelly.
What's up, insiders? All right, here we go. It's now or never, buds. It's now or never. Bees, where are you in the chat, guys? Bees, I need you. Let's go. Let's get it fired up. We've got 2,400 in the chat right now. It's now or never. Maple Leafs power play. 5 minutes to go. We've got this, boys. Let's go. Hey, big shout out to everybody that's here. We're making a big difference. Over $70 in super chats. Nikola Jokic, another super chat. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Let's get this thing going. And hey, big shout out to my grandma watching in BC. I love you, Grandma. This is all amazing. And keep praying. We need some prayers right now for the Leafs. So let's get it. Leafs, come on, boys. Go, Leafs, go. Go, Leafs, go. Let's fire up that power play. This is our chance. Go, Leafs, go.
You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team, don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM Radio Network.
Leafs to the power play with 5:43 to play. Tavares, Nylander, Marner, Domi, and Riley. Circle to the right of Swayman. Scrummed, but the Bruins control, and Lindholm sends it out and down the ice.
It seems like they've lost so many face-offs, whether it's on the penalty kill or power play.
Riley carries to center. Drop pass now to Domi. Domi hits the line and then fanned on a pass. It would have been offside and is. And will be brought back for a face-off outside the blue line.
Now, a little surprised it's Domi instead of Tyler Bertuzzi, who we've seen a little more regularly. At times out on the power play. For a long stretch, Bertuzzi actually replaced John Tavares. Mitch Marner is complaining. Brad Marchand, the great slash on the stick of Marner. Looked like it broke the stick too, didn't it?
Face off outside the blue line. And the draw controlled by the Maple Leafs. And Domi drops it back for Riley. He'll give it to Marner, and Marner starts up ice. Here's Marner to the line, chipping it in over the line. Tried to center in front of the net. Knocked into the corner, and Domi is there. Back into the near corner for Marner. Tried to center in front. Tavares sweeping at it, and he never did get a good shot at it, and it's cleared by Boston down the ice. Riley will start back up immediately. Now dropping it back for Nylander. Nylander comes to center with Marner. Nylander on the left wing for Tavares. Tavares sending it back to the blue line, and it's going to come out at center ice. Riley again. Up ahead, and Nylander's in on the left wing for Tavares. Shot it in back of the net, but there's no one there to pursue it, and the Leafs have got to go all the way back in their own end.
And the buzz in this building is turned to frustration again.
38 seconds left in the power play. The drop pass this time goes to Yarncrook. Yarncrook ahead for Robertson. Shot in this time, Nyes getting it back to the blue line. Kept alive by McCabe. Into the slot area, Yarncrook with a spinning shot, and that went just wide. Kept alive for Yarncrook, but it's stolen back by Boston and quickly shot down the ice. 15 seconds left in the power play. McCabe starting out. The Leafs are changing, and they're not going to get another opportunity into the zone before the penalty is over, and it evaporates, and the Leafs power play has just been anemic. And for the first 3 quarters of the year, it was second in the league in power play proficiency. Down the boards to the far side, kept in on the blue line by Yarncrook. Side of the net, Reeves couldn't come up with it. Grabbed off and played to the blue line for Brody. Over on the far side, and a one-timer is blocked. And it'll be Pasternak getting it out. We'll keep an eye on Joe Wall as the Bruins get in over the line. 3-1 the score. Into the corner goes Camp. Tied up, the Bruins get it around back of the net to the point. McAvoy holding and playing keep away here is something the Bruins would love to do. Down and along the boards, Edmondson frees it up. Camp works out of his own end, gets to center, and Pontus Holmberg hits it back to stretch out. The Leafs are making a change with 2:45 to go. Edmondson Holding. Crowd asking them to get it going. I don't blame them. And across the line for Tavares. Shot. Blockered away, and there goes Wald for the extra attacker. Puck back to the net. Trying to get it out in front was Tavares. He was taken down, no call. Rebound to the line, kept in there by Marner. Better than a shot, went high and wide of the goal. Marner down the board, banking it back to the blue line to Tavares. Fed over on the far side. Now back to Marner in the slot. Back to the blue line. Off on the left wing. Bertuzzi a shot. Pad save and a good one. Made there now by Marchand. Gets the puck to center ice. Bertuzzi going back with 2 minutes left. To Marner. The push has been there, but it's too little, too late. Marner, left wing side, Nylander. Nylander closes, dropping it back. Wiley breaks his stick. The puck maintained by Domi. Domi in along the boards, playing it back to the blue line to Marner. Marner got it into the slot, and the Leafs can't come up with it. The Bruins sending it to the empty net. It's going wide with 1:31 left in the third period.
And I think that's going to be a opportunity for Sheldon Keefe to call a timeout. The Boston Bruins have played the perfect road game. Patient, wait for a turnover, wait for an ill-advised penalty that leads to a power play goal, and then an odd man rush with Marchand and Pasternak.
That's the real killer goal, isn't it?
Third one late? Yeah.
That late in the period.
42 seconds to go was the Pasternak for Marchand and Zaka.
Yep. So the faceoff will be in the circle to the right of Jeremy Swayman, whose goals against average is going to go down and his save percentage may go up, as he looks to win his third of the series. And if I was a betting man, I'd suggest going to see him in Game 5 in Boston.
Well, I mean, it's ridiculous his goals against the Leafs. I mean, it's a little over 1. And that's exactly what it is. Well, I guess slightly over 1 in this series. There's 4 goals against Jeremy Swayman in the 3 games.
Face off to the right of Swayman. Tavares will take the draw. The draw, 1. Bruins send it out. Racing back after it, Marner. DeBrusque chasing him, but Marner beat them to the puck. But no icing and time ticking away. Marner to the left wing side for Tavares. Back into the corner. Marner trying to get to the puck, and Tavares got it freed up for Domi. Domi into the slot area. Nylander with a shot. That was blocked. And it's cleared by Boston to center ice. And how many times have there been blocked shots? Minute 2 and no icing. Wow, that was a generous call by the linesman. Played ahead at center. In on the right side for Domi. Back for Riley, but he couldn't come up with the puck. Bruins against the boards have played it high and are batting it out at center ice to kill off valuable seconds here as Marner hustles back after it and sends it off on the near wing for Nylander, who'll come to center. Nylander in over the line. Left wing side, Tavares trying to chip it in. It comes back to the point. A shot by Bertuzzi. Owen Riley couldn't get the rebound. Comes back into the slot once more. They need to shoot it, and it is shot there by Domi, but blocked. And the Bruins are sending it down to the empty net, and this is going to go just wide. Icing with 18.6 seconds to go in the game.
You might remember the moment when the Leafs lost Game 4 at home to the Boston Bruins. James Reimer's wife and Dion Phaneuf's wife seemed to have that glance at each other after the overtime goal. Leafs ended up coming back to force a Game 7, even though they were down 3-1 there, and that's exactly the position they're in right now.
Face off in the Boston zone.
By the way, that was more people trying to read into the camera shot. The players wise.
Draw 1. Leafs curl out of the corner. Nylander tried to send it to the net. It was blocked. 10 seconds left. Bruins to center. get it in over the line. Pasternak with an empty net, but Nyes got back to take it away. Marchand gets one last hit in, and there is the horn. So the Boston Bruins have taken a stranglehold on the affair. They lead the series 3-1. We are back with you for Game 5 in Boston on Tuesday night. And the Molson 3 stars, who have you got, Mr. Ralph?
Well, I think star number 1 is pretty easy, even though the Leafs really did not test him a lot until the third period. Jeremy Swayman gives the Bruins what you would consider playoff goaltending. Brad Marchand, yeah, I know everybody's tired of it, but another goal and an assist. And I guess the last Bruin, let's go with the former Leaf, James Van Riemsdyk, opened the scoring. That seemed to be huge in this game because the Bruins really sat back on that 1-0 lead and just waited for the power play opportunity to get the second one, and then a couple of bounces on an eventual 2-0 made it 3-0 and pretty much put this game away. But I think if there is a positive, Joe, I think Joseph Woll might this year have it in him to win 3 straight games. And you never know what happens if they would have beat Florida at home in Game 5 last year. He won Game 4 when they were down 3-0. At least he's coming in with a better chance than he had last year. And you hope that Austin Matthews is going to be back. But so many things continue with the inability to score more than 3 goals in a game, the inability to win on home ice, the power play's inability to be a factor in your favor, and the penalty kill the other way. And I did hear Brian Burke say a little earlier that all the things that you worried about coming into this series have raised their heads, especially teams, goaltending at times, and lack of offense.
So there'll be some decisions made roster-wise before Game 5. We are both anticipating Joseph Woll starts Game 5. Who replaces Austin Matthews if, in fact, he is unable to perform?
Well, you hope that the extra days off again.
And you hope that it is health-related, flu-like, and not an injury.
Right.
So well, first off, we'll never get any clarification on that at this point. But at any rate, we'll be with you, and we hope that you will join us in Tuesday night, a couple of nights' time, 7 o'clock from the Toronto Dominion Garden in Boston. Post-game show coming your way. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
You've been listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on
All right, Insiders, we're down 3-1 in the series. It's a loss, 3-1. Thank you, Joe, for your efforts tonight, man. Joe Bowen, a legend, an absolute legend. I grew up listening to Joe. That was the only way I got my Leafs, and so it's really, really cool to have this group of people here hanging out and talking it up during the Leafs games. Just wish the Leafs would do a little bit better, huh? But dang, all right. Well, hey, it is what it is, guys. This team is just too soft. They're not good enough. I don't know what's going on with Austin Matthews. Obviously, he's got some type of flu bug or something. And yeah, if you're sick as a dog, you're not gonna play through that. But anyways, I just wanted to say because I'm cranky because my boys they're not showing up. The Buds are not showing up here. We're all showing up for them. The fans are showing up in the building, and the players are not showing up until they get booed off 2 periods in. It's really frustrating, and it's hard to talk about it. Like I don't want to. I'm just gonna let this post game run, and I'm just jumping out of the chat. So thank you all for being here. Big shout out to TSI Allison. See you soon, babe. Love you, and hope you and Kate are having a good time tonight. And keep it down. Quiet hour started what 10? It's probably getting close there. So all right, everybody in the chat, thank you so much. Big time donations tonight in this awesome thing that I got this great idea to go 100% in for sick kids, and we're gonna make a crazy donation. I'm hoping in the fall, the six of us will head up to Toronto and go donate some money on behalf of the TSI community to sick kids. Every single penny. Alley Star Growly, $10. I mean, $10. Was that 3 or 4 tonight? Alley Star Growly, a Bruins fan. Hey, thank you for your support. Appreciate it. Louis D with a super chat tonight. Nika Leokic with a few as well. Tax partners, I appreciate that. And there you go. File your income taxes with us. Tax deadline is Tuesday. Tax partners, Newmarket. That's guys. Check it out. If you need to get your taxes in, go check those guys out. We'll have to talk about some advertising there, but appreciate the support and the donations to Sick Kid. Jamie Boyd, wow, $50 super chat. Big support, Jamie. You are a legend of this channel. New members: Nona Harper, Maria B, Patrick B, Dwayne F, Pierre with another super chat. Oh, guys, the support is unreal. Thank you all. I'm going to let the post game run because we're probably running into it here. Have a great night, everybody. Good night. I'm going to let this run probably for about another 45 minutes or an hour or so. A great night here on TSI, as always. Go Leafs, go. We'll be back tomorrow morning, early afternoon, for the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. And then, again, for game number 5, hopefully not the last one in Boston. It's not going to be the last one. Belief. Go Leafs, go. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
157.
Network. The Bruins pushed the Leafs to the brink of elimination with a 3-1 win and a 3-1 series lead here in Game 4 at Scotiabank Arena. The Leafs will head to TD Garden to try to keep their season alive after what was a extremely uninspiring performance tonight.
Yeah, maybe we were a little presumptuous because we were talking about, man, how difficult would it be to be coming away with a victory in a Game 7 in TD Garden. Now they have that same vibe.
You gotta get there, right?
In a Game 5, after what we saw tonight. I mean, the third period was better. There was some response. But again, this is a Boston Bruins team that's not just going to fold because there's a response. You can't waste 40 minutes, expect to win in this league, in these playoffs, especially against the Boston Bruins.
Yeah, there's a lot to go through. There's the frustration from the Stars on the bench. There's Austin Matthews not returning to the third period. There's Joseph Woll getting the third period over Ilya Samsonov. Mitch Marner had a beautiful goal. And I just feel like everybody kind of just anticipated that one ending the way it did when we came on our intermission in the second period. Leaf fans are leaving early. They were booing loud and often. And you just got to think, like, you need to show up on Tuesday night at TD Garden like your career or your Leafs tenure relies on it, because some of these guys might literally be playing for their Leafs tenure at this point.
An apologist spin is probably not appropriate at this time, but that Austin Matthews didn't return, that Mitch Marner's dealing with an ankle injury, that William Nylander made his series debut tonight. It just feels like, the odds stacked against them a little bit. But again, you don't earn the benefit of the doubt when you waste 40 minutes.
Okay, folks, let's take one last look at the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary. At Bet365, must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly.
Not much has changed. We still have 2 finals in the NHL. Earlier today, the Islanders beat the Hurricanes to stay alive in double overtime, and the Lightning got a 6-3 victory also to stay alive over the Florida Panthers, just getting underway. We're less than a minute in. Dallas and Vegas, virtual must-win for the Stars.
It's going to be a good one. Leafs talk tonight. JD Bunkus, Sam McKee, and Justin Bourne are ready, and they're up next. Thanks for listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Bunkus, Sam McKee, Justin Bourne. The Leafs, they lose in, like, what do you want to call this? Embarrassing, pathetic, dismal, embarrassing fashion. Bruins up 3-1 in the series. Sammy, we got to start with you.
All right. So I'm thinking a lot because I had a lot of time what to say about when I was coming in here. And, doing this job, it changes your relationship with the team. All through my teens and 20s, you're a diehard fan. Into your 30s, maybe it's getting a little older. Your relationship changes. And then doing this job, talking about them every day, become a little bit less of a fan, but still, like, at my core, I am a Toronto Maple Leaf fan, and I, wanted to lie to myself to believe in this group. But tonight may be the night that broke me. Tonight may be the night where I transitioned from fan to completely jaded and got nothing left. That was as tough. I don't know what to even, like, I'm broken by that. Those first 2 periods of hockey were amongst the most disgraceful things I've watched in my life as a sports fan. Like, even for these guys, that's as bleak as I can ever remember.
Is there an element for you of, like, it's almost better that it's so bad that you can let go? There's no ounce of you that's like, what could have been here? Like, and this is not a postmortem on the season, but everyone I've talked to is like ready to move on.
Yeah. Yeah. Sammy, I obviously echo your sentiments. It becomes more and more of a job, but then, coming into tonight, there's a Bob Cole tribute and it's beautiful. And I get extremely emotional watching it because, like any Canadian sports fan of any age, really, like, Bob Cole's voice means something to you. Mm-hmm. And the arena had energy in it. There's playing the Enter Sandman, and they went with the cold open, Cuthbert Let It Breathe. Oh, yeah. And you just hear the arena, and they are stomping loud to start it. And I'm like, hell yes, Toronto Maple Leafs. Let's go. Win a hockey game. Play with passion. Show up for these fans that you've stunk in front of 4 straight times in the Stanley Cup playoffs. 4 straight losses, now 5 straight losses at home with this core. Show up and do something magical tonight. Have this one be a memorable moment. And it was memorable for all the wrong reasons. And, Borny, to your point, like, I think that's the only real reprieve I have, is that there's just no way in hell after this that they can come back and do it the same. This isn't like Sheldon Keefe is fired and you're waiting for a guy to, Tavares' contract to come off the books. It's like, no. This is drastic. This might end up being scorched earth. I think you could see executives, coaches, and part of the core 4 removed from this franchise. Like, I know the series isn't over yet, but God, how could you ever feel like it's not after that?
Well, I think it's reasonable to have those thoughts, right? That's the next step here is, boy, you're one away from what next. But I think we should at least hang into the series for a second and ask the question, is there anything you can see? Is there anything from tonight or the way it's unfolded that you're like, God, it's been bad breaks, or there's a chance here for the Toronto Maple Leafs after that night?
But they didn't have to flood the middle of the ice for the first 2 periods, boys. Like, Leafs didn't get between the hash marks. Like, it's to say, if it looked any different than it has in years past in these games. And by the way, it's 6 straight losses on home ice now.
Sorry, 6.
Yeah, it's 6 straight losses on home ice now. I think that's the longest streak since 71-74. Thanks, Sportsnet Stats, for that. So that's a good one. Thanks for that one there, Sportsnet Stats. Like, it just, Borny, you can try to convince yourself of there being things that are going to turn around, but, like, they aren't getting any grade A chances. It just looks the same as every other big game looks for them. And I know they had moments last year where they get past the first round and you have to couch it with this stupid thing where they won 1 round and we're all like, well, they did that. It's like, well, that's meaningless. Meant nothing. And it's just all these games just look exactly the effing same. Every single one of them. And it's like, this team's better playoff built. This team's better playoff built. They added this snot. When the 4 guys who are making all that just don't do it, except for Marner, who scores the nicest goal of his career in the 3rd period, by the way. They just don't do it. You just don't have a chance. And it's like, finally, we're getting to the point where there's just no more tomorrow with this. And if they
want, do you guys think they're better?
Well, no, if we look back on this and they come back in the win in 7 games in Boston, I'm happy to look like the biggest idiot on planet Earth. But that's not going to happen, boys. And I'm telling you right now, it's got to look different. So,
but, like, where are they better? Because the core 4 was supposed to have a real impact. And, like, I know Matthews is sick or whatever, and he has to leave the hockey game. He's not his normal self. Like, Marner scores that goal, sure, but it's after 2 of the worst periods he's played as a Leaf. Like, when you got Paul Bissonnette on Twitter going at Mitch Marner that hard, like, it's bad, right? Like, you know that the play is horrible. And even, like, on the power play, right, that they give up the second goal on, it's a turnover by him that gets the entire thing started. Like Nylander had a couple moments later in the game, I guess, where he kind of sort of got to the net, but for the most part, he was pretty absent. And Tavares is like Tavares looks like he's a fourth line player. He has zero impact whatsoever on these games. And so for a team that's built around these 4 offensive guys, to feel them as little as you did tonight outside of Marner's goal, to me is just like, that's the bigger indictment of anything to me, Borny.
Yeah. You know, the one thing over the years that I had been like, that you had to let breathe, talented, that there would be a year where they just popped off, where it broke for them and they were fantastic. And the advantage they had farther down the lineup, one of these fourth line guys is going to be, these 4 stars is going to be on the third line, and, you know, they're going to expose the other team. You had to give it some time fairly to let all the excuses run their course. I think you can fairly say you've done that now. Yeah. You know, we started our show, Kipper and Bourne, this year, talking about how it was the core 4, and then you're taping other parts onto it and going Bertuzzi and Domi, and like, this is the difference that we're going to tape onto it. But at the heart of it all, it doesn't matter what you tape on. You talk about grit or whatever. If the grit isn't in that group, the group who plays 23 minutes, it's not going to happen. So I have some sympathy that Matthews has been sick for a couple games. Marner's off a high ankle sprain. Willie hasn't played in 10 days. The timing for all this crap sucked. McMahon's out. It sucked. It's been really bad timing to get to this point where they are, but the excuses have all run out.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing too. And I just want to say about this. It's like, this is the way the team is built too, though, right? Is when you have this much salary cap allocation with these players, you do suffer an injury, and this is what happens. Like, your lineup is bereft of anybody else. Like, Vegas loses one of their top guys. You're not going to feel it the same way as Toronto's going to. And so, like, the idea of it being an excuse, it's there, right? Like, it's a partial
and they're valid, but it can't be every year that they're there.
Yeah. That's what I mean. But it's also, it's a part of what your team is. Like, you get an injury and you're going to be hurt more than any other team. That goes with the risk of the way that this thing is built. And so when you're talking about like proof of concept, right? This is a part of running those scenarios. Like, injuries happen in the Stanley Cup playoffs, pretty famously, actually. Teams are not normally healthy come the end of this thing. And so if you're building it that way, like, it has to be a consideration, all of this, not just a blanket excuse of why things don't happen for you.
Yeah, I think mostly fans are now, I mean, this is the grim reality of this, and the stuff that the really dark thoughts that are going through my head, that, you know, you think back to the start of what this was and the hope and, you know, looking forward to this finally being the core that's going to put them over the top, that's going to give them the moments, like, God forbid, win Lord Stanley Cup. I just, it's not going to, they're not the goer. It's not the guys.
How about this though, Sammy?
No, but like, it's just, it's not, they don't have it. Like, year after year, they consistently get outplayed in these massive games by lesser players. It's
but
just,
Sammy, you can't paint the 4 of them with the same brush, and we have, and I do it too. You know, you're going to have to make a decision about, are there members of it that can be a part of the thing that gets over the top? And if so, who are they?
Maybe Matthews, but Matthews hasn't been very good in any big games either. Like, he missed, I don't know what he missed the third period of the game tonight. I don't know if he was 6. I saw someone say maybe he tweaked his knee. The Sportsnet maybe showed him tweak. I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. Like, it's just, at some point here, like, you got to figure it out. And sure, maybe Matthews could be part of a team that goes on to win the cup if you make the right trades or whatever and you go. But, like, he's been brutal in big games when fully healthy. Marner's been brutal in big games and fully healthy. Tavares, you know, he's getting old now, but he's been brutal in big. They all share it. They all do it. It's not just like I am painting them with on one brush. It's the least clutch. It's the least clutch group of guys ever.
Yeah. For blame, they all, I think, deserve the same brush, to be honest. Like, sure. I know that Marner
for the past, not the future.
Yeah. So boring. Like, I totally know what you're saying. Like, right. It's pretty clear that Matthews isn't going anywhere. They just tendered Nylander a contract. Like, Tavares, you can't even, like, I would be trying to get as creative as possible. I think he 100% gets stripped to the sea, and you're trying everything you can to be like, can we eat some of this money to make somebody else interested? Like, I think it's actually at that point for me with him. I think Marner is obviously, like, he's the most clear candidate to be traded. I think he always kind of has been. He's probably someone.
I was watching this series going, we could use a guy like that.
Yeah, buddy, though, this is, I think the white, like, to Sam's thing though, about giving them all the same blame, to come out in this game the same way and just not be able to put your stamp on it, to not play with any desperation, to be bitching at each other on the bench. And like, Nylander's telling Marner not to be like, what do you say? Stop crying. And Marner's throwing a tantrum and throwing his mitts down, and Matthews is giving it to them. Like, this is kind of this is their leadership core. And this is part of why running it back all these years, like Bowen, you said the thing about letting them run and giving it time to breathe. Yeah, I think that's fine. But also, this was the fear, right? That the collective trauma shows up in these moments. That the guys that have never done it as a group, when the going gets tough, like an evening like tonight where you fall down in a hockey game and you don't have any push, who do you believe in? I really thought, who steps up and talks in the dressing room after the second intermission, right? Like, you just played 2 horrific periods of hockey. Your season's on the line. You're down 3 goals. Which one of those guys do you think stood up and said something? Like, I have no idea to this day who it would be out of those 4 guys.
No idea. I truly don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
That video of him throwing his gloves, wearing like the A on his chest, getting chewed out by his teammates. It's just like, that's one of the hardest things you can ever watch. It's like, it feels like we're getting to the end of the road here with the way that he's talked about in this market, the way the fans feel about him. Like, it really does feel like we're heading towards something. It's the vitriol right now is the worst it's ever been. Rightfully so. These games, like, it's just, you're playing Boston. They're stars. I mean, what does Marchand have? Does he have 9 points through the 4 games? He's killing every penalty. Like, Pasternak scored multiple goals. Jake DeBrusk, who always kills the Leafs, is scoring big goals. It's just like, hey, you look across the other team versus what the Leafs leadership core is, and it's like, it's just, there's no comparison. There's absolutely no comparison.
You just, it's funny because you had Phil Kessel here and you watched him go be a third liner on a team that went to win a Stanley Cup. Hold on. And I'm saying, you have this epiphany that that's kind of always who he was, right? Like, maybe a good second liner, high end second line guy. I know Kessel's a first line talent, but like on a Stanley Cup team, he's probably not the guy that's pulling the ox cart, And, you get to this point with the Leafs and you start looking at a guy like Marner and being like, he might win a cup, but it's probably in a Kessel role. Or, maybe Nylander's the same thing. He might win a cup, but he's probably not the guy. I can see Matthews as the guy, but that's probably the saddest realization when you have the young prospects and you watch them develop and you get to a point and you go, maybe they're a guy who can complement a winning team, but they're not the reason, the team wins.
Well, this is the thing to me is, the theory this year was you're going to spread the talent around, right? Nylander's got his own line and Marner's got his own line and Matthews got his own line. And only one of those lines has had consistently positive impact. And that was the Matthews line. Like, even tonight, he's sick. He has to leave the game. And I thought through the first 2 periods, for whatever it's worth, his group was the best, right? Like,
like he had real Sophie's choice there. Holy
that's what I mean. Like, I don't even know what the real positive moments were, right? Like, it's not much, but it's a group now that again goes 0 for 3 tonight on the power play. They spread out the talent. They've had their opportunities. They've taped a bunch of different things together, and ultimately, like, this one was one where you gotta own it as the group. And I don't think that there's really anything else to be said. So, Justin, I did want to ask you though specifically about this. Like, the Bruins are a good defensive team, right? Like, credit to the Bruins.
Yeah, second best in the league.
Yeah, they're really quality. We said it. They don't really make mistakes. They're disciplined. They're heavy. They break the puck out well. They kill cycle opportunities. Like, they do a lot of things really well. They murder the front of the net. Like, they do not give you home run, home plate opportunities easily without a big fight. But what are you seeing specifically from Toronto's offense? Like, their strategy, because it's really painful when you have this much talent and you can just have multiple periods where there is just like completely nothing, no push offensively from a team that's built on offense.
Well, I think you would look at the way the Leafs have failed in the past, and the Bruins have one thing going for them that allows them to play the way I'm going to talk about, which is their goaltending is so good. You trust nothing is going in from distance, so you can kind of sag off, and just kind of protect that house a little bit more and let the Leafs have the puck around the outside. And that's why all the numbers are going to look fine. The underlying numbers are going to be okay because the Leafs do have the puck as much as the Bruins and all that, but nothing is anywhere in tight. So coming through the neutral zone, I think Bieksa might have talked about it a little bit, but like, sometimes you just got to get the puck past all that thickness and go forecheck, go north. It's a lack of accepting that you have to play simple hockey sometimes for these Leafs, where it's like, instead of regrouping, let's go forward. Instead of trying to dangle at the blue, we might have to chip it in. Let's get in on the forecheck. You kind of have to change the way offense is created in the playoffs. The Bruins have challenged them to get through the slog, and the Leafs have tried to regroup and get in there and do it pretty. It hasn't worked out, aside from the odd flare-up couple of Mitch Marner plays.
Yeah. But I mean, you want to give the Bruins credit, and I think they've been great defensively, and that's fine. But, just going back to my earlier point, it's not just the Bruins that have done this to them. It's like, it's like, Montreal did it to them in game 5, 6, and 7. The Lightning did it to them. Columbus did it to them. Now the Bruins are doing it to them. They seem to be very easy to stop going to the middle of the ice, because they just, listen, it takes a lot of fight. It takes a lot of, for a lack of a better term, it takes that dog in you to get to the middle of the ice. Mm-hmm. And that dog in you per 60 is not high on the Toronto Maple Leafs right now. So it feels like the Bruins are doing a great job, and I want to give them credit, but it's hard to give them credit when year after year, all these games look the same. So what you said is right, but every team does it to them.
Yeah. It's just so much perimeter play, though.
And
you're
they
right.
scored so much last year from the outside, because Vasilevsky was playing with a hurt back. He didn't make one save. How many goals did they flutter in from the blue line last year? Little tips in front of the net. Every goal they scored, it felt like big goal. Think about the one in overtime that Riley gets from outside. Think about Kerfoot's winner in game 4 is from the outside, just a flutter puck. It was a lot of hope plays last year too, but they went in because of a compromised goalie. So
it's just that it doesn't feel like you can ever sustain pressure either.
One and done.
There's such a one and done team. And the other part too is, to me, what I see oftentimes with the Stars, and this is probably more a byproduct of Nylander and Mitch Marner. Both guys are great at gaining the zone, and specifically in the regular season, they're great at gaining the zone, especially against lesser opponents and better matchups. But I think you've seen it in this series, especially with Mitch, like him trying to play with the puck around the blue line area when he enters it. It feels like the puck's never just like going in deep and they're starting a cycle. It's that he's playing up top, and he's either making a rushed play, and he has less time and space. And when he's had less time and space, he has not been able to overcome it. And I hate pulling the small guy thing, but you really feel his lack of size in this series. Who doesn't? Every single time that a Bruin gets a body on him, the puck is going the other way.
Mm-hmm. No, there's no doubt about it. It is a significant factor in their inability to create offense. It's funny, I do still, I felt going into this series that the Leafs are so much better offensively, and their depth is so much better than the Bruins. JD, you asked where they're better. I think they're better in their bottom 6, and then probably, the Bruins bottom pair is no good either. I felt that going into this series, and it's like, God, if Matthews gets healthy, you can talk me into a world. I don't think a ton separates these seasons. No. Listen, I'm not saying they're going to win the series. I hate that no one can say anything good about the Leafs when you're like, I've decided everything is bad now. Mm-hmm. They're not far off this Bruins team. It's just a matter of when you're looking for that little difference and you're asking those guys to be it over and over, and they can't be it, you lose faith in the ability for what could very well be, and what is right there for them. I just lose faith that it's able to happen.
So this is where two things get to me, where it's like, this is why we get into intangibles talk and leadership talk and, X factor talk, because you're right. One of the most frustrating things about this series is, if I really felt like the Boston Bruins were the Panthers, if the Leafs were doing this against Florida, I'd be like, oh, okay, that team is just so built to beat them, and they're better, and it's a bad break for you that you drew these guys and blah, blah, blah. You could at least come up with that. This Bruins team is not special, and it just feels like all the intangibles that they have are better. Gretzky's on the panel telling a story about Brad Marchand going and meeting with all of the Boston rookies in year 1 to rookie camp to teach them what it's like to be a Boston Bruin. You're telling me you think that's Mitch Marner? You think that's Marner showing up to rookie camp going, this is what it means to be a Maple Leaf? What hell? Answer me this. What does it even mean to be a Maple Leaf? What does it mean to you guys to be a Maple Leaf? I can't pinpoint what it is other than regular season success, you guys and contracts.
That means tea times, boys. That's what it means. It means early tea times.
And so it's just the intangible stuff gets me, but then the other part of it is the coaching, which I think it's fair to now get into this, which is what did you guys make of that today? Like, Bourne, are you seeing Keefe make adjustments?
Yeah.
Like, we had to make one in the third because like the line juggling, but it's kind of strange that they start this game with two lines that had never played together before. You clearly have had a problem with your second line, kind of giving you much in this series to begin with. They go back to it. The power play goes back to kind of the same thing. What are you seeing with Keefe's impact on this? Because, to my eye, it's not looking great.
No, I was torn on a couple things. One is like, it's the first game Willie's back, and he has played with Holmberg and Yarncroc at times this year. That's not a brand new line. But so for me, it was like, let's just see how it looks for a little bit before you hit the panic button. Like, let these lines play and see how it plays out. Now, you get one period in, and Matthews looks like a shell of himself. The whole plan only works if Matthews drives a line, and he didn't look capable of that to me. So pretty early on, I think I texted you guys, I wanted to see 34 and 16 back together, 91 and 88. Like, you just had to find some comfort, some chemistry for guys, and I didn't see that change come. Beyond that, man, I think, Sam, you said on our show the other day, how much does coaching affect special teams? Or like, where is coaching?
The question I asked you guys was, where on the list of things coaching can affect in a hockey game does penalty kill and power play rank?
And to me, it's like D-zone coverage 1, and then those things are number 2. Special teams like the most obvious thing. So if the special teams fails, it's coaching. Unfortunately, he's lost the ability to pass the buck on that one. It's gone on for too long.
Yeah, what is it now? 1 in 14 in the series?
Yeah, 1 for 14.
Yeah, 1 in 14 in their final power play of the game, where it's just desperate. They get no shots.
The first power play of the game. Little twist of the knife to finish off a hopeless game. They're like, oh, maybe a little bit of hope from the power play. And they're like, time to chop it to a square again, boys.
He also played Robertson over Dewar, which I made sense, but Robertson played his worst game as a Leaf, and I don't know how long.
Yeah, it's hard for me to pin much on Robertson, but yeah, he was kind of dreadful tonight. He had a couple of those moments where it's the same thing I mentioned with Mitch, where it's a big Bruin gets on him and it's that's not your puck anymore. Like the
dudes aren't happy. The Paw Patrol is going to revolt.
Here's what I'll say about it's so Toronto to get bent out of shape about Connor Dewar coming out of the lineup, but I did it today. To me, it's just not worth the 7 awful minutes Nick Robertson was going to give you tonight over breaking up an effective fourth line.
Yeah, their fourth line's been really good.
Their fourth line has been an identity line for them, and at times been one of their more noticeable one throughout this series, where they get into the offensive zone, they're leaning on the Bruins fourth line, they're creating havoc. I think they got 1 goal. I mean,
yeah, they did.
Reeves turns one over tonight. It goes the other way. But these guys, Nyes is out there with the fourth line. They're all scrambled. It's a dog's breakfast in the defensive zone. Everyone kills Reeves, and rightfully so, for turning that puck over, whatever. But it's just, I don't know why it was a simple thing. You take out Robertson, you put in Willie, and it just felt like a real galaxy brain take for a guy who's searching for goals because he can't get it from his 4 guys, and he convinced himself that this guy is going to get one for him, and he barely touches the puck. So it's just why'd you break up your best identity line that actually was working for you for that?
That's how I feel too. That's how I feel too.
To me, it was idiotic.
You had something. Yeah, yes. You had something.
Yeah,
they had an identity. They had an impact on this series, and they were a line that was going. We talked about how the middle 6 really was searching to find something. And Sam, I think you nailed it with the reason why Robertson is in that game is because Keefe was worried about the scoring from the other guys. You're supposed to have enough offense on this team that you can have a kill group who, by the way, had again provided offense for you in the series, who actually had scored a goal. It is a tough look though that Reeves has given up 2 goals to start games in this series. For a guy that we were talking about being in and out of the lineup, that's 2 bobbles. And you saw the frustration on him because it's yeah, dude, you're playing 9 minutes, and that can't be the impact that you have on the game, is this horrible turnover that he has for the JVR. By the way, I thought Samsonov was bad on this goal too. He's way too open. There's just so much net there to be had. JVR could have poked that into 100 different, it's a horrible turnover, but dreadful goal. And I think if I'm going to give Keefe credit for one thing, and one thing only, because I do not think that he coached a good hockey game, it's that he put Joe Wool in for the 3rd period, because they're in desperation mode now. They need Wool to be the guy the rest of the series. And to me, it's the series isn't on Samsonov, but he didn't really help him. So yeah.
I just want to add the 2 cents to the Dewar Robertson thing. I liked it and I would have done it. I totally agree with you guys on the fourth line's been good. It's one of the only lines you can rely on, but I can easily see a scenario where they, score a couple goals every game. We sit here in the summer, Robertson scores 30 next year, and we're looking back at the series going, he had to leave Connor Dewar in, and couldn't put in this guy who's, a legit goal scorer in the league, and they couldn't get goals. What a galaxy brain move that is, so
who's Robertson going to score 34, the San Diego Gulls?
Yeah.
I mean, he had 14 in 40 games this year, didn't he? Pretty good pace. So.
I know.
Yeah, Scratch and Score definitely put in his garbage time goals against the New Jersey Devils this year. There's no doubt about that.
Hey, he scored the 9th goal against the San Jose Sharks. What an accomplishment.
With the 4th pick in the Utah expansion draft, the Yetis
they're not expanding. They're not expanding. They're just the team. Right. They're just the team.
I forgot. They're just a moving team. 40 hates us for this. They're sick of our antics, our anti-Robertson antics. Yeah, okay. But okay, let's move to the goaltender. Yeah, you guys agree it's obviously Wool for game 5. And
I agree. I like that move. It was like, why not here? Maybe wake them up, see what happens. Seems like they had a good start to the third period. Maybe it inspired them a bit, but yeah, it was fine.
God, it just sucks. It's like I'm looking through all my notes and they're just all mean. They're just all mean about this team. Like I have nothing. I have literally just that one thing. Patient, beautiful goal from Marner. That's it.
Yeah, it was a beautiful goal.
That's absolutely it. Like the Bruins are just a tougher, better, more disciplined team. And I think that, the sentiment that we echoed off the top of the show is just what everyone's feeling right now is like, I think there was anger through the first 2 periods. The third is just like the apathy sets in. And now it's basically like, yeah, you're in a series, but you can fire up the offseason talk. Like it's offseason talk time.
I mean, this is the take of the century coming up here, but game 5 will be telling. Game 5 and how it goes in terms of what you get from this team is like, I mean, they've told me a lot about themselves over these last 8 years, but I think they could do their final hypothesis, their final story that they're going to tell could be the game 5 and how they play it. Like, what
do you think would change? Like, what do you guys reasonably think would change? Like,
I reasonably think that they're good players. Yeah, definitely. And I reasonably think that their best players can come around. Willie hadn't played in 10 days or whatever. He's falling all over the ice. He actually started to look pretty good to me in that game. Marner gets a nice goal. Matthews gets healthy. Like those guys come back and put together a decent performance. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't be shocking the Bruins to beat the Bruins 3-2 in a hockey game. They're not suddenly a different team than they've been all year. So, yeah, I think when I look at a lot of the teams that are down 3-1 or 3-0 in the playoffs, the Leafs are probably the one where you'd go, yeah, you could make some sense of them winning a hockey game and all of a sudden it being like, wait, if those guys are good, you could talk yourself into it. So, look, do I think they're going to win the series? I don't anymore, but I do believe that there's a real chance. I am definitely the most optimistic of the 3 of us of their chances.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I guess I don't know. Like I see this quote from Sheldon Keefe that says, I don't know if you guys have seen this or not, but you can question a lot of things tonight, but you can't question the effort. Maybe save that one. You got 2 or 3, maybe you got 1 or 2 games left as the coach of the Leafs, buddy. You can maybe give him one on the way out here. You can maybe tell him how you really feel one time, buddy. Like, holy smokes.
He feels that way. I don't know.
Well, guess what? You know what he can feel? He can be now feeling how he's 4-12 at home as the head coach in the playoffs of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Like,
is that the number?
The guy with last change, the guy who gets to make the adjustments at home, is now 4-12 in his own building. Like, so maybe that, Sheldon. Maybe yeah, that's a tough stat. That's a tough stat to hang.
That'll send you packing.
Yeah, that's when they're giving you the exit meeting and you're like,
I already know.
Yeah, I saw the tweet. I saw the Leafs talk tweet. I know what's going on. Micro note from me. I feel like is worth throwing in here because we're bitching and dumping. This is now 3 straight playoffs where Timothy Liljegren has been scratched in the playoffs, and it's been for the likes of old third line or third pairing defenseman.
Brody was good.
Yeah, Yeah, like it just, yeah.
Front row seat, waving at JVR, slides home.
Yeah.
6 start, hates hockey. He's gonna retire. He's gonna quit. The hockey hater's gonna quit.
Yeah, hockey hit. Yeah, I like when you're talking about trying to puzzle together this blue line next year or piece it together. It's even more complicated now because I don't. What you're gonna bring him back? He's like, hey, maybe the 4th year will be the year you don't get scratched in the playoffs, kid. It's just
to me that if you're like talking about Treliving's biggest mistake, clearly number 1 is Klingberg, and I mean it doesn't matter because he didn't. But like the biggest mistake to me is trusting Liljegren. Is that like what part of their big plan was? Like they talked about it a bunch after the deadline. They're like, this is the year where we didn't bring in his replacement. This is the year where like we need him to take a step. This is the year where we're going to need him in the playoffs. We're going to use him in the playoffs. And it's like, this is the year they replace him with TJ Brody, who can't do anything. Like, it's like, this is it happened again. Right. So I think it's to me, they gave him the shot. They didn't replace him. And it's like this offseason, you're like, well, we tried, bud. But like enjoy Utah again.
So far down the list of people they're going to be thinking about replacing, they won't have time to before next season. They'll be like, whatever we owe, do it. We'll deal with that later.
Yeah, it's true. They have to
it is
put
crazy,
whole new
though,
offices into this place.
We really are, but it's like we really are on the precipice of yet another year where you're like everything's on the table and something has to happen, and there's like a deep fear that I have that, there won't be enough change
No way.
I'm just saying that I still live with that fear. Like I'm hopeful. That's why when you guys are talking about like the Game 5 thing, if it's me, if I'm just honest, I would rather if the scenario is the Leafs can come back and win the series, duh. But if it's me, like I don't want to have the fake
good
comeback.
push.
I don't want the fake comeback that tricks the eyes and then they go doing what Bourne just said, where he's like, well, Nylander didn't come back in the games, and then Matthews was sick, and Mitch was dealing with the ankle, and we just feel like if we can just do this one more, it's like, please no, like we're begging you, put us out of our misery for the love of God.
It's going to be Blair, Barker, and Bourne if that's the case. I can't do another year of Leafs like this.
Like real Kipper and Bourne, but exclusively the National Hour.
Correct. I don't know what I'm going to do on my podcast. Like, because I got Jays and Raptors and Leafs next year. It's like, okay, so which of you losers is going to let me do any type of positive content?
At least give us some access if they're bad enough.
At least the Leafs will be like decent again. Like at least they're going to be probably make the playoffs next year again. So we'll have like the whole year where we get to be like, maybe this is the year it's different. Yeah. and then we do at least talk after Game 5. We're like, I'm rude.
But it really is it. This is, I think though, if it, like from a, the Leafs are never going to be poor, right? Like business is booming. They're doing just fine. I don't think that they're worried about, inflation like the rest of us, like they're not worried about how much bananas cost. They're like, we don't know what bananas cost. We don't know what milk costs.
That's from Arrested Development. Oh, how much is a banana? $10?
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're completely unaware of these costs. That being said, I think they really are at a dangerous point where it's no longer frustration. It's true apathy that's setting in here with this fan base. Like it is the booing that you heard tonight. The frustration of people that pay this crazy amount of money to go to these hockey games, that buy 1 million Maple Leaf sweaters every single year, that litter the grounds around the arena for these games to watch it on the Jumbotron, the people that tune in for these games. Like, I know, Sammy, like there's a part of this that you say about the whole, this one broke me and this one changed me. I kind of laugh because I've gotten that text from multiple friends tonight, but I texted all of them back the same thing, which was the amount of times I've gotten this text from you. Like, I wish I could throw it up in like a collage, right? The amount of I'm done with this team versus the first time they score a big goal and win a playoff game.
No, this is different.
Yeah, you sound like the Leafs GM.
Yeah, but
or president, I should say.
Yeah, but the one thing for me is like, I genuinely don't think you can. Like fans are not going to put up with it this time around. Like they're just not. They've seen what happened with the Blue Jays where they were like, we're running it back. And the Raptors that were like, we're running it back. And the Leafs trying to do the run. It's just like, no, this is now disaster for all three of you doing the same problem. If you've let it breathe too long and now you gotta cut off the oxygen.
And now Mitch's no move clause kicked in. Good luck.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's going to be.
Here's the thing to me. Like there's of all the most aware of these guys. Like Willie clearly does not think about anything. Matthews is like just a stud. He's above it. I don't think he really care about it. Tavares, he doesn't get Twitter on his Kale iPhone, so I don't think he really cares. But Marner knows. Marner knows. He is the most hyper aware. Like, is it above him wanting the hell out of here? Like,
hey, who do you guys think hates Tavares more, Toronto fans or Islanders fans?
It's Islanders fans.
It is.
All he did here was underachieve a bit.
All he did here was all night long be like, here's another soft wrister your way, Mr. Swayman. Here's a stat for you, buddy. Yeah. Hey, let me softly send one over you. Like, it's like, was he trying to warm him up? Like, was he trying to get him to feel hot about himself?
Juicing his Corsi. He's looking for the underlying numbers.
Yeah, like it's just he's not. You know what I thought about them tonight is the famous Sheldon Keefe quote: "You're soft and purposeless."
Yeah,
like that was it. Just all night long, that entire group just soft and purposeless. Anyways, subscribe to this podcast, leave 5 stars, hit the thumbs up on YouTube if you're watching. Reach out anytime. You can always vent the frustration in the comments. We always appreciate that. Yeah, we've got our other shows on Monday. Game 5. Like I really want to do predictions, but yeah, you think the Leafs play another home game? Was that the last home game of the Core 4?
I'll be the guy who says they win one.
Yeah.
No way. I will be betting heavily on the Boston Bruins on game 5. Maybe minus a goal and a half. Like I feel like we're in 1-2-3 Cabo here. Like I really do.
I think there's a little bit of that too.
I get the sense that this could get really ugly. Like they lose bad and it gets bad and we're really bad.
Like I kind of think they win or lose by 4. Like it's one or the other.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I get the same feeling Sam has, especially since like the bitching you saw on the bench and the frustration and like the amount of finger pointing internally that there's probably got to be with the group right now. The fact that Nylander's not feeling great, Matthews isn't feeling great, Marner's probably not feeling great, right? Like they're probably going, yeah, we're good. We're good here. We like golf and we like Muskoka, and those two things are about to have in full force.
24 and sunny tomorrow. Marner's gonna walk outside the house like, it's time, baby. Let's go. It's time to hit the lanes.
Matthew's got that compound in Arizona. All empty.
What do you mean?
You guys are Leafs talk.
Yeah. What do you mean? Like, what?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's just so much hate for the very guys who run the team.
Oh yeah.
Yes, the most amount of hate. One of my favorite things on Instagram right now is people that just write hate from wherever. It's like they'll be like, hate from Croatia, hate from Africa. It's like, I'm that. I fully endorse that right now. We're just like, if you're trying to do the positive stuff about these guys right now after all this, like, again, if you could have just gone out there tonight and given an honest effort and really grinded and felt like it was desperate and, put your balls on the line, let them hang, then I think people would respect. That's the thing about this market, dude, is people can say how reactionary Leaf fans are and how, homers and complain about the refs and quiet in the 100. Like, there's obviously a million ways to target the fan base, but I really do believe there's one thing this fan base knows. It's guys who give a shit. Like, they have a great give a shit detector here. Like, and if we don't think you do, then we're not in on you. Like, we're just not. And tonight there was 0. It was a hard, like the old give a shit meter was on the hard 0, never tipping up the other way. And so, yeah, maybe a little bit more of that, and then you won't get so much hate.
I'll see if AWS will let me run that as a advanced stat before next game.
Listen, I could run that stat. Tobacco could run that stat.
I got one positive thought before we leave. Okay. I actually have drum up a positive thought.
Okay, cool.
Just last year, this very team with these very men blew a 3-1 series lead to the Florida Panthers, who were a way worse team than them for the most of the year. They know they were up 3-1. No one there feels comfortable, right? In Boston, they're like, there's no way. No, I can't even convince myself of that. They're all like, this is absolutely over. But last year, this team blew a 3-1 lead. So maybe history repeats itself, and the Leafs flipped. I can't.
Couldn't do it. You tried. You got so.
I tried my best. I can't get there, boys. I
just terrible.
Thanks.
Just terrible stuff.
That's fun.
Anyways, anything from the rest of you guys?
Nothing.
No,
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go have a. I'm gonna go watch Cole Devin. and watch my favorite hockey team, the Vegas Golden Knights, full of studs. My favorite
Saturday
team.
night on Bob Cole night. That was the most disappointing evening I can remember watching.
I know. Just go out there and how? That's the kind of stuff too where I'm going, oh, look at all that hockey nostalgia. Doesn't that make you? Don't you see? Sidney Crosby talking about Bob
this stuff
Cole
lives on. People remember you, and you were about.
Yeah, legacies are a thing, and it's on the Jumbotron in Toronto, the mecca of the sport. And you guys are like,
hope it works out.
Yeah. Let's put a stick out, see if that'll work. This works.
Maybe a soft wrister from 1 foot inside the blue line will get it done.
Yeah, no. Bob Cole was always called another soft wrister. Baby. Yeah, more soft wristers like that's anyway.
End this misery, will you?
End the misery. Anyway, please follow us on Twitter and Instagram at JD Bunkus, at JT Bourne, at Sammy McKee. Again, hit the thumbs up, follow the show. Thanks to everybody for watching. Thanks for everybody for listening. We'll see you on Tuesday night.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, it's a lovely spring day here on the beach. I came here for some solo time, like I do, but I got hungry instantly, so I went to Bob's Boardwalk Bistro when Bob says, sorry, cash only. Luckily for me, I always have a $5 bill stashed in my sandals, so I give it to Bob, and he says, we don't accept foot money here. That's
Thanks,
how he
Harold.
talks. But now
Weather
I'm
reports
starving, and I'm
don't
looking
matter
for
when
something
you
to
drive
eat.
a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today, and your car can be gone tomorrow.
It's sports streaming season. This spring, get set for nonstop action on Sportsnet Plus.
Unbelievable.
Every electrifying game of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Did you see that?
All the knockout moments in UFC. Awe-inspiring action from the NBA playoffs. Plus, the Toronto Blue Jays are back in full swing. Catch all the can't-miss moments that matter most to you. Because when it happens in sports, it happens on Sportsnet Plus. Subscribe at sportsnetplus.ca.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
Who made the call and said, by the way, here's the check for Joe Sakic. Bye-bye, NYC.
Well, Pierre went to Joe's house and delivered the money. I got up with Liberty and Fox and the mayor and at City Hall, and we announced the arena deal, Fox and Liberty. And we were coordinated. It was choreographed. And then I was a speechwriter when I was a kid. And I had the blessing to do some work for the governor of New York when he was vice president, Nelson Rockefeller. And he had that famous picture where he was being heckled and he offered his opinion of that. And that picture of him flipping the bird was, I figured, a nice gift to send Dave Checketts, who was a good friend of mine, by the way.
I love it. I never knew that. I love it.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg for your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 2 p.m., New York Islanders take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Islanders on SiriusXM channels 91 Internet 938, Hurricanes on Internet 925. 5 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning take on the Florida Panthers. Lightning on Sirius 211 XM 119 and Internet 946, Panthers on Internet 932. 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Maple Leafs on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 947. Bruins on Internet 922. 10:30 p.m. Vegas Gold Knights take on the Dallas Stars. Knights on Sirius 211, XM 219, and Internet 949. Stars on Internet 929. I'm Frank Trachtenberg for your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 2 p.m., New York Islanders take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Islanders on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 938. Hurricanes on Internet 925. 5 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning take on the Florida Panthers. Lightning on Sirius 211, XM 119, and Internet 946. Panthers on Internet 932. 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 947. Bruins on Internet 922. 10:30 p.m., Vegas Gold Knights take on the Dallas Stars. Knights on Sirius 211, XM 219, and Internet 949. Stars on Internet 929. I'm Frank Trachtenberg for your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 2 p.m., New York Islanders take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Islanders on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 938. Hurricanes on Internet 925. 5 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning take on the Florida Panthers. Lightning on Sirius 211, XM 119, and Internet 946. Panthers on Internet 932. 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 947. Bruins on Internet 922.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
After parting ways with head coach Don Granato, the Buffalo Sabres have found their next coach, and it's one they let go 11 years ago. Former player and former head coach of the Sabres, Lindy Ruff. He's guided this team to the playoffs 8 times and won the Jack Adams back in 2006. On SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91, hosts of the Morning Skate, Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick, discussed the news and gave their thoughts on Ruff's return and if it'll prove to be a successful second tenure in Buffalo for him.
The word from the Sabres dressing room, the word from the general manager when they made the change behind the bench was, we need some more accountability. And as such, we've got Lindy Ruff 2.0 with the Buffalo Sabres, expected to take place sometime early this afternoon.
So are they looking at the Rick Bowness model in Winnipeg? Maybe not the Jacques Martin model. And Jacques Martin was always going to be an interim head coach, but maybe the Rick Bowness model about the Winnipeg Jets went back. It's the old saying, you can never go home again, which isn't entirely true. You got to go home and understand home's different. I take it, I don't know, a minimum are the fans. Like, this is the kind of thing. So the Buffalo Sabre fans, how does this resonate? Does this resonate, happy days are here again? Or is this set an act born of desperation? I would think they think happy days are here again. I mean, they feel they have the goaltending situation, at least. I'm not saying at that level yet, but if you don't have goaltending, you're screwed. They feel they have goaltending again. They had excellent goaltending all those years.
The way I look at it, Gord, look, he's one of the winningest coaches in league history.
Yeah,
he was there for a previous stint where they had their best run and no goal in 1999 and the whole bit. And he did well in Dallas. He just had no goaltending. And I think in New Jersey, you go back to last regular season, they had a regular season for the ages, a franchise best regular season. Worked well with the young guys. Jack Hughes seemed to buy in. So he just didn't have goaltending there either, as it turned out, right? Remember the Jack Hughes comment from earlier this season? Well, we got some saves tonight. That helps. Right? Okay. That kind of says it all right there. So I think he checks a lot of boxes off. My reservation, Gord, comes in the fact that in pro sports, when have we seen a guy go back for 2.0? Maybe Rick Bowness is having this success. When have we seen a guy go back? Joe Gibbs goes back to coach Washington in the NFL. Not the same. Cito Gaston comes back to manage the Blue Jays after World Series championships in 92 and 93. Cito Gaston 2.0, not the same. Paul Maurice back in 2009, back to Carolina, got the Canes to the ECF that season.
There we go.
So again, you'll have to see if this is all about turning back the clock or if it's about the future And it's about the present because this is a young club that, as we say, is looking for some accountability.
That was Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick, hosts of the Morning Skate on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. That's SiriusXM Channel 91.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg for your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 2 p.m., New York Islanders take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Islanders on SiriusXM channels 91 Internet 938, Hurricanes on Internet 925. 5 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning take on the Florida Panthers. Lightning on Sirius 211 XM 119 and Internet 946, Panthers on Internet 932. 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on SiriusXM channels 91 Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922. 10:30 p.m., Vegas Gold Knights take on the Dallas Stars. Knights on Sirius 211 XM 219 and Internet 949, Stars on Internet 929. I'm Frank Trachtenberg for your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 2 p.m., New York Islanders take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Islanders on SiriusXM channels 91 Internet 938, Hurricanes on Internet 925. 5 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning take on the Florida Panthers. Lightning on Sirius 211 XM 119 and Internet 946, Panthers on Internet 932. 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on SiriusXM channels 91 Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922. 10:30 p.m., Vegas Gold Knights take on the Dallas Stars. Knights on Sirius 211 XM 219 and Internet 949, Stars on Internet 929. I'm Frank Trachtenberg for your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 2 p.m., New York Islanders take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Islanders on SiriusXM channels 91 Internet 938, Hurricanes on Internet 925. 5 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning take on the Florida Panthers. Lightning on Sirius 211 XM 119 and Internet 946, Panthers on Internet 932. 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on SiriusXM channels 91 Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
In the summer of 1997, the New York Rangers tried to sign away Joe Sakic from the Colorado Avalanche, and owner of the Avs at that time, Charlie Lyons, had 7 days to figure out how to keep Sakic. Stopping by SiriusXM NHL Network Radio on Channel 91, Lyons was on to talk with Steve Kouleas from the Power Play about his initial reaction to the news of New York offering Sakic $15 million up front in their deal.
I remember the summer of 1997. The Rangers have offer sheeted Joe Sakic. It's a 3-year deal, $21 million, $15 million up front. I remember that part. Joining us now is Charlie Lyons, the Avs CEO. The big honcho at the time joins me on the Power Play. So where were you, Charlie, when you first heard the news? Did you fall off your chair?
Well, I didn't fall off my chair, but I left my heart in San Francisco. The phone rang. It was Mark Kisla, who terrific journalist that was always sort of ahead of stories. And he said, "Hey, what do you think about the offer sheet for Joe Sakic for $21 million with 15 up front? How you doing?" And your mind goes to, he's obviously kidding. He wants something else, but he wasn't kidding. And so, it's a punch. I was getting ready to go on vacation, so that's the right time to slam somebody. And that's what it was. So I was a neighbor, my dear friend Pierre Lacroix, collaborator, lived across the cul-de-sac. So we met at the center of the cul-de-sac, and he just gave me this look like, wow, who'd have thunk? And then, what are you going to do? what's your plan, big guy? Because that's a lot of money. 30 years ago, that kind of contract was destabilizing, to say the least. And also, Dave Checkins has done his homework, right? That they had been smart enough to, because we were publicly traded and we were a young company. He looked at the balance sheet and said, "Hey, look how much money they have in the bank. So we offer $1 more. That's going to knock their company on their ear. They're going to have to take 5 picks." So, given that he had Richter and he had, the greatest player of all time, Wayne Gretzky, and by the way, Joe Sakic's idol, that was going to be a powerful team. And having just lost Messier, he needed to do something. And so he did the right thing. He said, what the heck? There's a chance they aren't going to be able to pull it off. And at least I'm making an effort. And so I felt pretty beat up, candidly.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg